Alright, 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 alright. Hello, hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Meh. Okay. Hello, everybody. Almost welcome in. It is currently 3:08 p.m. And I'm late. Okay. I think they're home. My family left for the day, and I think they're back already. Not left for the day, but they left. I'm gonna see if they're home. Never mind. I think what happened was they must have dropped something off and left, or they forgot something. I could hear the door open and it closed, and no one's home. I'm like, what happened? But the side door is still locked, which means they came in with the door. You know, obviously they opened the door with a key, and then locked it. But yeah. Anyways, I'm about to get the stream started. Before I do, I'm gonna go ahead and get the model up because freaking song is like a minute long. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Hi, hi, how's it going? Wah, 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 wah. Anyways, I'm pretty much ready. Today we're gonna be playing some Slay the Princess and some other stuff. I'm planning on playing some Stardeus on stream, so you guys get to know why I've been staying up until 6 in the morning playing it. I'm tired. Wait, I'm tired. And I have no one else to blame but myself. I'm so tired right now. At least I got some sleep. Went to bed at like 6:30, and then I woke up at like noon. I almost said midnight. At noon. So I got about 6 hours of sleep roughly. But oh my god, I'm tired. Also, I was playing around with my voice yesterday and seeing how deep I can go. And it's really difficult to bring it down. Like bring my voice really down. You know, I can make it really deep, but like I don't know if it really sounds any different. I've tried it. It does sound a little bit different, but I swear, when I'm changing my voice, like doing weird things with it, like bringing it down, or going up high, what have you, or changing the way my throat is, I don't hear any difference in the recordings, which is bizarre. But whatever. um, 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 um. What else? Oh, right. So I mentioned this on Discord, but from now on, I'm gonna post my VODs, my videos, onto my VOD channel immediately, basically like after stream. With some exceptions. If I happen to say something that might be sensitive material that I don't want to be on public online, I will have to postpone that. But I will attempt to get every video I stream from now on onto my VOD channel, and I'll try to get the old VODs up little by little. I wanted to get them in order originally. I wanted them to be in order, like the oldest one being the first one I ever upload, and then going from there. I'm not keeping up with them at all. So I need to get them, at least get the more recent ones up, and then I'll get the past ones up little by little. To deal with this, for the confusion, what have you, all of my VODs on my, all the videos on my VODs on my VOD channel, which you can find a link to, um, well, to be fair, if you weren't already on the VOD channel, you wouldn't be seeing this. So, never mind. I just realized this is gonna be on the channel, and you have to actually watch the channel. That's the channel to see this. So hi. Never mind. So, regardless, All the videos on this channel the title will be the stream date instead of the actual title of the stream that I happen to make for said stream. Like today is Slay the Princess finally released, so play a bit of that along some other stuffs. Also, my toe hurts. Wee. Wee. My toe hurts. Fuck. I don't know why. I'll talk about it on stream, but like basically it hurts. It's inflamed. I think I may have done something. I may have been too rough with it when I was trying to figure out why it was hurting yesterday and what have you. But I'll talk about it later. Let's get stream started, shall we? Without further ado, let's get this started. This is Show on the Road. Bye. I kind of feel like I should get another song that's a little bit longer. A different vampire song. It's a nice song. It's a very nice song, but it's way too short. It's not even like a minute and a half long. It's more like freaking like a minute long. Anyways, hi. How's it going? Welcome, 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 welcome. How you all doing today? On this wonderful Saturday afternoon. Ow! My toe hurts. As the title suggests, my toe hurts. Freaking. It was hurting yesterday, and I thought maybe it was like an ingrown toenail. So I went and took a file to it, and I think I was too aggressive with it, but it still hurts. My big toe, my right big toe, on the left side, like left side of the right big toe, not the left toe. Anyways. Today, aside from that annoyance, we have a game that has been a very long time coming. A game that just recently came out in full access, full release, and I bought the other day. A game that is so surprisingly robust at 10 gigabytes, no less. So that's interesting. Speaking of gigabytes, how much space do I have on my computer? I think did I properly whoops. Did I properly like empty out my recycle bin? Nope. Let's fix that. That's weird. Hmm. Whatever. I only have 120 gigabytes left, which is weird because I just deleted that item in the recycle bin. So, oh, you know what? Maybe I never deleted. I never deleted yesterday's stream off my right. That's what it is. So let me double check to make sure I even have it on there before I do anything else. So I don't freaking like delete yesterday's stream and never have it ever again. Normally I do this, you know, after stream. I'll move the streams into one of my portable hard drives, little like external hard drives. 1027, and this is perfect. I'd show you what I'm doing, but it sometimes shows information that is a little sensitive. I'm trying to be careful of that. So I'm going to delete this. Delete yesterday's stream, because we don't need it anymore. Recycle bin empty. And there we go. 140 gigabytes. Cool. Anyways. So today we'll be playing Slay the Princess, not the Spire. Slay the Princess. A game we played a long time ago. I think last Halloween, actually. I think it was last Halloween. A very quaint game where you play as the hero and you have to, well, slay the princess, as the title goes. What background do I want? This one. Now, I don't know how long we're going to be playing this, to be completely honest. I want to play some other games, especially, I want to show you guys how addicting Stardeus can be. Like, it's not the most, like, polished game. It's clearly early access, therefore it's not going to be completely complete. But, oops. No, I'm too small. I'm too small. There we go. Better. Yes, so I bought Stardeus 2 days ago and I've already committed 20 hours to the game. Oh my god. It's a Rimworld all over again. Okay, so there was something else I wanted to mention. And I don't remember what it was. So my toe hurts. Already mentioned that. Oh, VODs. Welcome in, Candy. How you doing? So from now on, whenever I finish a stream, like today, or yesterday, I'm going to post it onto my VOD channel immediately. I'm also sleepy, actually. Fancy that. I was up until 6 in the morning playing Stardeus, so it's actually pretty fun. Right? I'm never sleepy. Ever. So, but yeah, so I'm gonna be uploading the VODs with some exceptions. If I happen to say something that's sensitive material or what have you, like my address or someone's real name, what have you, I'm gonna have to postpone uploading that. I will attempt to fix it on the day of, but more likely I'm gonna have to skip that stream entirely. So it's very imperative I do not say anything I would have to mute later on. Because that could push back the upload anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple years. Depending on how long it takes me to freaking upload shit. Why is that not? There we go. That was weird. There we go. Sorry, my screen is being weird on the other end, the OBS. Moved OBS to the left, and I noticed the panels were like a little too big on some of them. Better. Anyways, let me go ahead and change the category. I know I had I had it just chatting, but I wasn't sure if it was gonna be I don't know. Anyways, that aside, I realized today I haven't been extending my neck like I'm supposed to be. So when you're speaking, posture, good posture, right? There is this saying where you should imagine your head attached to a string, pulling it up, right? What they're saying is they want you to essentially line up your vertebrae. They don't want you to flatten your back. They want you to flatten your spine. There's supposed to be curves to it. But you need to properly, horror game not intended for all audiences. Flickering lights, etc., etc. Basically, I haven't been whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Aww. So basically, I haven't been practicing good posture like I thought it was. Okay. So we played this previously a while ago. We got pretty far in the demo, up to like chapter 2 or 3, but it didn't save our progress, so we're gonna have to do this all over again, which is perfectly fine, honestly. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I can't freaking see my mouse. When I click on the window, I can't see my mouse. That is dumb. Oh well. But yeah, so this game we've played before. It is a horror themed game where it's in the title, Slay the Princess. But even though I did some of the endings where you did kind of try to slay her, I preferred to not. Like, I don't want to slay her. Even if she's like a supposedly a monster, what have you. I would have, I'd rather just save her instead of slay her. It's been a very long time since we played this. Chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
What if you say Palamine? You know I can't trust you. We know I can't trust you. So, The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Why? But how can a princess locked away in a basement to end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
You know what? I'm gonna use the overlay because the text box is going too wide and my hair is really big, so I need to make myself a little bit smaller, and we need the overlay. Whoops. Yeah, this way you guys can see the text a little bit better, especially the options. I want to restart. It's not a big deal, but there are some things you guys couldn't see, so I'm going to restart. I just want you guys to be able to see the entirety, you know? Including the choices that are on the far right corner of the screen that you guys couldn't see because of my fat head. Okay, Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Like, slay her or slay her? You know what I mean? The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all,
No maidens?
people. You have to put an end to her.
But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Do you have any evidence to back this up? So we have a couple of different options. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin.
Yes.
Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task?
Okay.
You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
How about no? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
Tick, tick, tick.
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
My smoothie is solidifying. No!
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Okay.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
Okay.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
I like that. It doesn't matter because the egg's already hatched.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Now that's kind of mean. That implies that princesses are useless. Don't contribute. I mean, yes, typically in a typical monarchical society, back in the olden days, and what we see often in like comics and what have you, like web comics, like this, what have you, the ladies are typically there to... They're trophies. Basically, they're the property of their fathers and then their husbands after they're married. But I like the stories where the women have some kind of power and have a job or what have you. Villainous stories are my favorite because typically the villainess is she's like in charge of her own business. Basically, she's the countess or the duchess because her parents are dead, and she's the only one who can take charge or what have you. And there's more going on in the background. I actually like those ones, but. Anyways, moving on. I don't want to go on this this topic. It's a whole can of worms. Can't someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules.
Oh my god. I just fucking rickrolled myself. Oh my god. I mentally rickrolled myself just now. Oh, fuck. I mean, it's a different lyric. The actual lyric is, you know the rules, and so do I. But when he said, I don't make the rules, I instantly thought of that as the actual lyric. I don't make the rules, and neither do you, or something. And I just fucking rickrolled myself. Oh my god. Anyways, moving on.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
You know the rules, and so do I. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
No comment. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
How about fuck you? Now, I want my reward now. Give me my candy. I want candy and chocolate and money. Give me my money. 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 Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better.
We've played this before.
Imagination.
Forget it, I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
No. Mm-mm. No. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her. If she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed.
Again, we've done this song of dance before. Clearly, there's more going on here, but...
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
With pleasure.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Right. This was really interesting. So when we played this the first time, there was other voices. The narrator narrated those voices. There's other voices based on your choices, right? And at some point, I remember there being like a confliction between the voices. Like the voices actually, like I think one of the voices actually kind of like attacked the narrator or something. Or maybe I'm overthinking things. I don't remember exactly, but it was really interesting.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted with a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
So this game is a basically it's clearly a multiple choice game, and I need to keep that in mind. So actually, I see that here. That's fine. So first time, I'm gonna go without the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Oh yeah, sure.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Yep. Hi.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
But a game, nonetheless. And I, the player. And you know me, I love exploring all possible options. Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
Sure.
You walk
Hello.
down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
We never did figure out what happened to the other chain, because clearly she would have been chained up with both arms, but one of them is not chained up. So what happened to the other chain? Like, it's one thing if it was like on the ground somewhere. No, it's just completely gone, you know?
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Oh, believe you me, beauty can kill.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Sure. So, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
She's pretty. First, what's your name?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
That's a little sus.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Okay.
Is princess her name or her title? What if it's both?
Princess,
Can you imagine
princess.
being named Princess?
well, to be fair, there's Mario, so. So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
It's obviously not her name, but
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Oh yeah, sure, she forgot. It's more likely that her name is so, like, incomprehensible that a normal human wouldn't be able to pronounce it. Assuming we are human. Spoiler, sorry.
Okay, that's
I
weird.
don't know if we are or not, because like we have weird claws on our cursor. Although maybe that's something else.
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Just because somebody doesn't have a name does not mean they're sus, okay? I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. To be fair, that's a fair assessment. Typically, not always, but typically when someone's locked up, it's for a reason. We don't know what that reason is. Their narrator has been telling us it's because she's dangerous. We don't know if we can trust the narrator.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
And the reason is?
I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Right?
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Shut up. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating? Or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Come on, girl. Give me some excuse.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not important. It's not important at all.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
I was sent here to slay you, and you're apparently supposed to end the world. She's been weird, to be fair. She hasn't really given us too much reason to be distrustful. Like, sure, she's been really odd. Also, I have to adjust the performance of this so it doesn't, like... It's probably fine. This game isn't that extensive graphics-wise, but just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and boost the performance. Anyways. It's just hard to do it because, like, I know what to expect. We've gone through this a number of times. So at this point, we're kind of just, like, going through the motions to, like, catch up to where we were last time. But she hasn't given us really reason to assume she's dangerous at this point. She can be. But she hasn't given us through what we've... A little odd that she doesn't have a name and what she's been eating and drinking, and obviously, and she's here for a reason. Clearly. But I don't know if she's really dangerous. I'm gonna go the middle ground. But I wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe.
Is that why they threw me down here?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
You think? You think?
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
Okay.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
True. If she has forgotten the world, how long was she down here for? It takes a long time to forget what the outside world looks like.
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Nope. That's the catch. Nope, not a single thing. No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous. Ow, my toe. Ow! Fucking... I touched it with my other feet and it hurts.
Sooner or later, you'll learn to trust me. Hopefully it won't be too late when you finally come around.
Thank you for believing me. Now, Can you help me get out of here?
Sure. I'll see what I can do.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Nope.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Possibly.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
That's also true. I'm going to check I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Bye!
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Which implies there's someone else here. There's more people involved in this, just other than just you, the player, and the princess, and the narrator.
Is someone else here?
There has to be. Hey, let me out of here.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess.
It was the
You
narrator.
won't leave until the task is done.
The narrator is an actual person, supposedly, at least this is implied here. And they actually, locked the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Alright, no
You
choice.
make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
No,
Easier for whom?
exactly. For who?
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep, I'm gonna starve down here to death.
There's
Now I
a
know what she's
slight
been eating.
panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
There it
before
is.
raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
There it is. I remember this part. I was like, oh yeah. And then just like, boom. Gore. Ugh.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
It's the knife. Someone came down the stairs and threw it to us.
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Sure.
Or we could use it to free her.
Yeah.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Nah, fuck it. Let's do it. I'm a rebel.
Fine.
Save the princess.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
Yes, this is why I was confused at whether or not we're human. Look at our arms. Look at this. We're not human. At all. Well, maybe we are. Maybe we're like it's like a Beauty and the Beast scenario, where we're like a beast with a curse or whatever. Or maybe we're a werewolf. Who knows? But we have scales, these little lumps on our arms. Like there's fur, clearly, and these are claws indicative of a specific type of creature that make me think of like a wolf rather than other types. So interesting. Very interesting. This is the first instance we saw of our own body, and it's not human. Clearly. She looks more human than we do. Something's going on here. We're not the hero we think we are. We're not just a normal hero. There's more going on here.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
There we go. And she's free.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No, she didn't.
She didn't. Dun dun dun. Oh my god, look at that. Our cursor changed. It's a bloody knife now.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
She's so cute.
How is she still smiling after everything?
It's just another day for
It's
her.
like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
No, it's just one limb out of many. If she has multiple limbs hiding in her form, one, she could regrow her arm probably, and two, it's just one. She's like an octopus. Just chop one off, it's fine. Whatever.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Sure. Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
Oh yeah, sure. You know, the thought just struck my mind. Now, clearly the narrator is someone of an they're significant. They have been influencing us in various ways. Not influencing us necessarily, but like pretty sure the narrator is the one who locked the door and also the one who threw the knife towards us. And yet, this next part is very peculiar.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Something beyond my capabilities, clearly. Something I can't control, clearly. Also, we have fur. You can't see it coming the way. We got fur. So, I think we are the narrator. This is a split personality sort of scenario going on. And or simply a recounting of his experience. Like the narrator is talking, right? My guess is that the original story, the original experience, was the narrator either killed her or attempted to kill her, or whatever, and he's he's narrating the experiences. But at the same time, it's not just a mere story. We're dealing with like alternate realities, alternate universes, alternate like timelines at the same time. It's also possible the narrator is somebody else entirely. I don't know for sure which one it is, but we'll see. Maybe the narrator is a separate entity altogether who we have to fight. At the moment, we're not really capable of that, so yeah, I don't really have a choice here. I have one other choice. Warn her.
Stop that.
No.
Something's come over you,
Yep.
hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Yep, and I'm trying not to.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Stabby, stabby, stabby. Can I stab you? Haha! Haha! I always think of the freaking robot from the stabby robot from Futurama whenever I see a dagger.
Stop it! Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
No. Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
How about no?
As your body remains frozen in stubborn
That's really cute.
resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
Nope, it's the narrator.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands.
This is new.
What are you doing?
This is new. This is new. We've never seen this scene before. Ooh, interesting. We had the option to resist in the demo, but this didn't happen. Last time, she just outright killed us because she knew we couldn't control ourselves. But this time, she's actually able to take the blade from us. How peculiar. Ooh.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
Fun. We're still gonna die though. We're still gonna die. Just like in the freaking demo.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh, she looks cute but sad.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Rip. Well, I mean, we know she's like not entirely human, so she's probably more along the lines of like, she's unfamiliar with how to use a blade.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
For her sake.
For her sake. Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Nah, fuck everyone.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Or you could let go of me, narrator, so I can do it myself. Fuck off. Dude, let go.
I'm sorry.
It's so silly. It's kind of funny. Just like, me.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Nope.
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound. It won't be long before you bleed out.
Yep, and he's not gonna let me go, because the moment I even attempt to take the knife to do it myself, he'll attempt to take control again, and then have me try to kill her. So,
I'm so sorry.
bye-bye.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
I know this is supposed to be like a serious thing and like horror and what have you. I'm just having fun with this. Like, I don't mind. I don't get creeped out by things unless it's like specific stuff, very, very, very specific stuff. But like, I'm not, I mean, again, it's a my brain is able to easily disconnect myself from the game, right? I'm not creeped out by too many things, with exceptions. I don't like worms. The wiggling is the. I get nauseous looking at someone else's poop. Like, I have a hard time looking at my own feces, and when I take Finn for a walk, I have to be careful to look at, find where it is, because what I'll do is, we have a grabber I bought recently. It has like a long like neck to it, and you pull a lever and it opens the end of it where you'd grab the poop with. And what I've been doing is I put dirt in it by scooping it up with the grabber, finding like nice soft dry dirt. And so when he goes poop, I will empty the dirt over his poop, and it makes it a lot easier to look at. And then I'll grab it with the grabber, preferably with a little bit of dirt already with it as well, so it looks like it's less like poop and more just like a mound of dirt in the grabber. And then I'll take it home, and my dad or my stepmom or what have you they'll take care of it. They'll grab the poop and put it in a baggie, and then done. But before, I couldn't even look at it, and I didn't know it was illegal to leave pet remains behind. Because what I would do is I would make sure they're in spots out of the way, and I would take pictures of the locations, so my dad would come by himself when he gets home from work to pick it up when he goes to take him for a walk afterwards. And this had worked, but he had always picked it up. I would go to the places afterwards, because I would go in the same area, same like direction, same like alleyway, and he would always pick it up, and there's like dirt and grass and foliage in the alleyway. So it's out of the way. There's no one's gonna step on it, what have you. But I got accosted a month ago by this old lady across the street on a bus stop, who was basically like berating me, and she took a picture of me to like do something with it, like I guess like legally or whatever. And like I tried to the entire time I was trying to be nice and polite, and so I went to attempt to pick it up. I told her I would have to go home, go get baggies, because I don't carry baggies with me, and come back to try to pick it up, because I didn't know it was illegal. And I almost threw up trying to pick it up. Like looking at it is one thing. Touching it, even with a bag in my between me and the poop, I was gagging. I was gagging so freaking badly. And so I can't handle feces. I can't handle worms, and I can't handle slugs. Those 3 things. If it's not those, and maybe a few bugs, depending on which bugs they are, I'm fine. I don't really care. Algicor? Sure, by all means. Who doesn't love a few tentacles, right? Sharp teeth especially. I love sharp teeth. Sharp teeth are so freaking cute. I love sharp teeth. Gura is so freaking cute. Oh my gosh.
It can't just end like this, right?
Nope. This is only the beginning. You have no idea.
Oh, that's rich
Aw.
coming from you.
Oh, she's
As much
cute.
as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The 2 of you made your choice. It's over.
It's not over till it's over.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Ba-bum-ba-dum, bum. Doing that like game over. Chapter 2, The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Now, the first chapter was the princess. Second one was the damsel. It's interesting. So each decision, how the last one ended, the last chapter, determines how the next one goes. Either I can proceed, I can take this like in stride or directly, or I can be a little more coy about it, be like, I'm getting a sense of deja vu here. What's going on? Or wait, hasn't it already happened? So we're gonna start from the top. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Bullshit. Maybe the second time I've been here. I know it hasn't been the second time or the third time since the narrator's been here. What do you think? Possibly. Probably. Maybe.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Oh, that's new. That's a new voice. We never had that. The voice of the smitten. Aww. Aww. That's new. A new voice.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
The narrator is talking back, so it means he can hear the voices.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table.
Yep.
Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the 4 of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
Wait, 4 of us? Smitten, Hero, us, and the princess? Or is there another voice here?
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Well, we already attempted to do that, actually, so, oops.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are 2 very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died.
Yep.
Which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. You were the one who did us in, villain.
Yeah.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price.
You sure?
I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations.
But we narrator, the reason the smitten is here is because we, the one in control, made it so.
Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything?
Shut up.
If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
They did.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
I don't agree with that.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here.
How?
Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Both very, very good points. Same timeline, just reverse, or entirely different reality. Different world, different universe. Are we in the same universe? And in the same timeline of said universe? What's going on here?
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
The world may have ended, maybe. Possibly.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Well, aside from her tearing into her own arm with her sharp, cute little teeth, and her not being not perturbed at all at us carving into it with a knife, she's given us no reason to fear her. Like, no reason. You know, it was perfectly fine.
She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
If bad, why pretty? Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
No. The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world? Or who locked her in that basement? What is this place? First option.
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not?
Why not?
And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
He's not wrong though, because she tore into her own flesh. She could have broken her bone herself, and it would have been more gruesome. But she definitely would have been able to get through her arm just fine. Why she hasn't done so yet? I have no idea. Who locked her in that basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
No, not the path. The place the woods are in. If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? What is this? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special.
Ooh.
You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Oh, voice of the hero, shut up.
Of course you're special. Why else would you
That's
leave?
all he cares about. I'm special! Yay! I'm a hero! It's like, dude.
Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice.
Exactly. It doesn't change a goddamn thing.
Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save
I gotta
the world.
shift more my share. I'm always too stiff. You're being cagey. What are you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
Try me.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Because you are hiding something.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Now, I'm pretty sure if we attempt to save her again, the same thing is gonna happen as last time. But we're gonna attempt it regardless. I'm with them. I'm gonna find a way to save her from the cabin.
That's right, you can't stop all of us.
Yeah.
We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
And it will be, actually.
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. Just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Bring, 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 bring. Hello? Hi, we're trying to get you get to you about your car's extended warranty. I couldn't think of a joke fast enough.
Before you go any further,
Okay.
she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We've gone through this already.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Honestly, is just because she's pretty doesn't mean necessarily mean I should have saved her. It's just, again, I mean, she hasn't given us reason. The narrator is the one who's been very... To be fair, both have been keeping things from us. Clearly. Clearly, the princess isn't normal. Clearly, we're not normal. And clearly, the narrator is being a stingy bitch. So...
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant.
Interesting.
Its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
We're gonna need it to cut her hand off again. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Hello?
There's definitely a mirror.
A mirror. A mirror! Oh my god. We can see ourselves now. Oh, this is gonna change everything.
There isn't.
There is.
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
Yeah.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Let's take a gander at ourselves, shall we? Why would you lie about that? What's the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? You waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
It is a good point. Why would he even bother lying about it when it's clearly right there in her face? So there's something going on with that mirror then. This whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time.
Well, you weren't here last time around, so obviously you wouldn't have remembered.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Because only the hero was with us. The smitten wasn't there yet. He was being developed, but he wasn't there.
So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean. Here we go.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
This implies the voices know we're not entirely human. A feather. It was odd when they said preen, but I thought maybe it was just like a general term. I took note of it, but I ignored it. But now they mentioned feathers. They know we're not human. It's gone. We'll need the blade to cut our
Take
hand.
the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Yeah, and this time we can kill ourselves instead.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us.
Again.
Again. There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job. The door to the basement
neat.
creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim light. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Come on, stone is actually a really nice building material. I mean, I love building with stone in Minecraft, you know? Although I use wood a lot.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Yep.
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Bang, bang, bang.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far.
He is.
We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
I agree with the voice of the hero. The smitten is being a little too aggressive with his fawning. We can still do right by her, you know, at the very least.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs
that's pretty.
and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
That's a very pretty dress,
You know she can't hear you, right?
right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Yeah, so she remembers us.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence.
Yeah,
You've been here before.
we have.
That's right, villain. And you killed us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she killed us.
She, because the other guy was controlling us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense.
Yeah.
Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before.
Mm-hmm.
So an entire world has been damned to oblivion.
Oopsies.
I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
No.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Yes, actually, because if it ended once and we came back, it means if she ends it again, we'll come back again, at least ideally. And maybe there's a reason she's ending the world. Maybe there's something more going on here. Why did she end the world? Why? What have you? And maybe it wasn't even her. Maybe it's simply something else that ended the world because she didn't die. Like she's a sacrifice, you know? To appease some kind of god or demon or whatever. So who knows?
We never saw a world end.
Exactly.
And now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Now it's 2v2. Me and the smitten versus the hero and the narrator.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
No. I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride.
Yeah.
To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
See, I'm not perturbed by that because again, I think in multiple realities, multiple timelines, what have you. That's how I think. So, her frame of mind is very similar to mine.
That's because she's perfect.
No, she's aware. She's like Sans level of aware, you know?
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
Oh, fuck. Oh my god. That was... That is a very... That is a hugely loaded question right there. Holy shit. That brings up a really good point. Because that brings up the question, who and what is the narrator? And if she also has her own narrator, what are these narrators? Are they like patron gods? Is this like a metaphorical battle between two different entities, and we are their pawns, their avatars? What's going on here? You know?
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
And okay. So that brings up the thing. So us as the player. Yeah, the narrator is telling us it hurt so much when she was stabbing us last time. We didn't actually feel it. We didn't. We the players, we don't feel a damn thing, right? It didn't hurt. We don't care. Moving on, whatever. She didn't feel anything either when she was digging into her own arm and when we eventually helped her cut it out. What if she's also a player? Metaphorically speaking.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Gosh.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
Why not? Have you tried that yet?
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
No, it is. I agree. But again, I'm not perturbed by it, so.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time?
That is
That's
true.
our stoic, smiling angel.
That is true. If we were to have those questions, we would have had them last time. Which we did, I think, but besides the point.
Oh, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I realized I can't hear the voices as much. What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Come on, girl. But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
I don't know.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you
Calm down,
listening to
boy.
her? That's a confession.
Honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin to them all. I have no feelings one way or the other about the world ending. No, I don't want the world to end. I don't have any feelings about it.
At least you're being honest. I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a nihilist. The princess shifts in uncomfortable confusion.
Me too. I don't care.
She wasn't confused for long.
Nope.
If she doesn't care, then clearly she didn't end the world. It would take a great desire for evil to do something so inconceivable, and our dearest has not an ounce of cruelty within her. All is well, and it's high time we rescued our beloved.
I'm mostly just following the Smitten because it's just fun, and I want to see how far this branch goes. But I'm anticipating another end. It'll probably end a certain way, and we'll have to kill her, and we'll do a bunch of other branching paths until eventually we find a potential true ending. So, let's have fun with this, shall we? Rescue.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll... Yes.
Wait, go back. Fuck.
That's right. We're these... Now it's gone. Pity. I suppose. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was going to automatically
That's
have it
when
go
you-
forward.
when you-
So.
If another chat, What? What you know? At least you'll be the prince if she doesn't.
Okay. I guess, you know what, I'm going to save it real quick right here.
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Yeah, actually.
Did we?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
Yep.
She made the best decision for her.
Yep.
Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Rescue the princess. Yeah, it didn't change anything. I thought maybe that...
No. I can't let
Okay, I'm gonna let it
you do
go
that.
for a
If
minute.
you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
You're what? take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
Yes.
Yes.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life
Without a second
thought.
thought.
You wouldn't.
Oh, he would.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide
She's
her
really
hand
pretty.
from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Yeah, that's a good point. Why did that work at all? She's never been trapped to begin with. This is a game to her. And a game she's like, not necessarily like a game to like manipulate. I don't know if is exactly what her intentions are. Regardless, you know, she got prettier though.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
Yeah.
I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
Came right off.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
The princess jumps up
Aw.
and smothers you in a joyful embrace.
Aww.
Ugh.
Shut up.
Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved.
Nope.
Is that a threat?
Yeah, is that a threat? We should drop the knife.
You know what we'll do if you try it.
Yep.
You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
I leave. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
Well, you haven't been giving us a straight answer, so we can't exactly trust you either, narrator. Hello?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I want to explore these, but I'm worried about, like... I want to explore these. Hold on. I want you to tell me what you want. It's gonna be a back and forth, like infinite back and forth watch.
I just want to make you happy.
Oh, her eyes got bigger. Her eyes got
She can't
physically bigger.
just want to make us happy.
Also, the art changed.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
Oh my god, it is. Oh my god. Oh my god, the art's changing.
Is she broken? What's going on?
Yeah, something's wrong.
What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust
No,
me now?
narrator, you don't see what we see. She's actually, like, physically morphing. I broke her. I broke her. Oops, I broke her. But what would make, oh my god, it's because what would make her happy is making me happy, would make her happy. Which one do I go for to continue this trend? I want to see what happens. But what would make you happy? Or... Also, is the music getting weird in the background? It is. The background's getting a little bit weird. A little bit. But what would make you happy? Oh god.
I just want to make you
Yep.
happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right.
Yeah, something's wrong.
I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
There it is. The music is changing. You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Oh gosh.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
I just got an achievement. You don't get the chance to ask another question. Something has taken her away and has left something else in her place.
No! She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where does she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
The mirror we saw earlier. The narrator is gone.
It is. Does that mean the world ended? A villain vanquished.
Sure. Sure. Let's go with that. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
Mirror.
I can't believe she was taken away from us.
The music's getting louder. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Voices. Have you even considered the possibility, like, you've been saying preen and stuff like that. Are we even human? Feathers. These are feathers. No, they're leaves, never mind.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Oh boy. Ignore him. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. What are we? You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed. Oh, I see this. There's the hill right here. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Solitary lights. What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
What did you mean by the gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
You molded her to love you. Which implies, depending on our choices, this entity will be different at the end.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Neck is killing me. So this implies that basically she is a being that just came into she just came into existence, right? Like imagine an elder god that was just born, basically. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
So they exist. That's all she knows. Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always a princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Not always, but sometimes. It's actually very interesting because this plays into the custodian. Because the custodian is my ideal scenario after I die. I will become my own. I won't be a god. I don't like the idea of becoming a god, but rather I'm a spirit, an entity, a creature that is in existence that is so powerful that I can send fragments of myself to become their own individuals. They come back and grant me at least the amount of energy it took to make them with a little bit of surplus. And I will gain their memories as their life experience as a storybook. And either they can remain as individuals and move on and continue collecting more stories, or return to the fold and become one with me. It's not the same here. It's clear that whatever this entity is simply took over her, or the princess, but the princess was already not entirely normal. So I don't know if it's simply that she was the princess, or like maybe the princess was like a catalyst, right? And the being was inside of her as an egg, and it wasn't finished growing. And now it is. Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Let her out.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. Which again, it goes back to what I was talking about earlier with the custodian. So the princess is a fragment of this entity. And the moment the entity woke up, it ate the princess. By consequence of, it's like, you know what? You know what? It's exactly what she said earlier. You and I are the same. Oceans made into small creeks. The princess was simply one creek, and it flowed back into the ocean that is this entity. And it got reabsorbed. She got reabsorbed.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
I wouldn't think it would. It's again, it's like basically, it's not something painful. You know, it's basically, it's putting a puzzle piece back where it belongs to make the puzzle whole. This is a visualization, a representation of what the puzzle looks like, but we can only see so much. This is simply what we can see, right? To see their full corpus is either just beyond our comprehension or would make us go insane, or it's just something that is not physically. This entity is a concept. You can't really visualize concepts. You can make visual representations of concepts, but to really see, you cannot see concepts. You can only know them. It's like with God. People visualize God. They make God be as like this unseeable person. This entity. You can't see God, and if you try to witness God's visage, you'll go insane or you get blinded or whatever, or it's just light. It's all it is, light. Because God is a concept, right? There's nothing to see. Jesus is the representation of God. The princess is the same thing, the equivalent. I mean, not directly. It's just very, in a vague sense, in a very abstract sense. There's a lot of similarities between me and the custodian, mother, the librarian, right? The princess and this entity we're encountering, who's possessed her body, and Jesus and God. There's always a representation. It's always an avatar, a fragment of the larger whole. And this is all we can see. So, what happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Okay.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Interesting.
Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you? How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
The thing is, though, we won't truly forget. That's the thing. It's impossible for her to actually wipe our memory, because I, as the player, as the perceiver, am beyond her control. She won't be able to wipe my memory, but she can wipe the memory of my vessel. I am controlling my own vessel, the character, right? The player character, just as she is controlling the princess. So she'll be able to wipe the vessel's memory, but not my own. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Again, concepts. You can't really kill concepts. They're not alive, they're not dead. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Basically, we don't have to find every ending, and even if we do, there's other versions of her beyond the game. There's other perspectives of her existence beyond the video games capable of showing us. Because there's only so many things a video game can encompass, right? Like, the developer probably made as many possibilities as they could, as many endings. One where we kill her, one where we save her, one we're killed by her, and one where we're saved by her lovers, enemies, siblings, rivals, what have you. I don't know siblings, it was the first thing that came to mind. Who knows? But like, there's too many possibilities. Infinite possibilities. We're only going to be able to encounter so many. It's going to be a lot of them. The game is just not capable of expressing. And what if I don't let you do this? And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished. Dry. Hollow.
So basically what I'm seeing here is the birth of a larger entity, an existence, a concept, again, like the librarian. But she's still very young and incomplete. It's possible it's two entities coming into existence, namely the player character, or we're already complete. Possibly. I don't think we're complete. I think the voices are to us as the princess is to her. There are fragments. And they're so just as her pieces are going to be coming together, our pieces are fragmenting. Unless they're not fragmenting, they're finding their way to us. So the more voices we find, the more princesses she can find that can return to her, just as the voices return to us. Because at the end of the day, the voices are us. The smitten, the hero, even the narrator, they are us, and we are them, although they are simply parts of us. Different parts of us. The hero who became skeptical of what was really going on, the smitten who could do nothing but love, and the narrator who is trying to push us forward to ensure the progress, to ensure this kept going. The narrator, I wonder if the narrator is aware. The narrator is the part of us, the small fragment of us that is aware of this, partially, maybe subconsciously. There's the side of us that is trying to make this happen, is trying to make her whole. It's the narrator is actually. That's why it couldn't explain everything, because it wouldn't make sense to us. The narrator is on our side. And they're going to help us. But we have to follow them and also resist them. We have to do what they say, ignore what they say, and do something else entirely. Resist them, accept them, agree with them, disagree with them, and just do nothing as well. Like, just do nothing, ignore everything, and turn around. We have to do so many different things. But the narrator actually isn't our enemy. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Indeed. Because existence, matter, energy. If we go with that route, if we talk about if we go the route, like we think about science anyways, like for something that may make more sense for people, energy cannot be destroyed or created, simply changed. So this energy is already here. It simply formed into her. It changed. And the world, it can't be destroyed. It can be squashed. It can be mushed. It can be shredded, changed, and turn it into pure energy, perhaps. But eventually it'll reform. And we'll begin again. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Okay. So because she is, this is the very first fragment out of many. All those hands could potentially be the fragments that are still asleep. And until she gets more fragments, she has no sense of self. All she's doing is relaying information to us. It's all she's capable of doing. But she doesn't know. She doesn't have purpose. She doesn't have will. She doesn't have, I want this, I want that. She just is. She simply is. And that's it. I'm going to wait. I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone.
You are as I am now, meaning incomplete.
I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished.
And yet forever can never finish.
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping?
Who knows? Maybe.
If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage?
Because, so what she's implying here is, am I simply going to create fake worlds with what I'm able to, and just her and I, with no substance? How long will that last until it buckles under its own weight? You know? Honestly, this is very, that idea right there is, it's part of my fear. So, there was this movie a long time ago. I remember what old. We've talked about it before, but There is this movie made that that one actor who died recently was a part of the Mrs. Doubtfire, the genie from Aladdin. I don't remember his name, but he was in a movie, I don't remember the name either, where he dies and goes to heaven, but heaven is nothing but a long hallway, a white hallway with white doors, and in those doors were rooms for each person who dies and goes to heaven. His friend, the person who guides him, I guess it's supposed to be Jesus, but he takes the form of of one of his friends, talks to him the same way his friend would, all jovially, what have you, and takes him to his room. In that room, he can do anything. Visualize anything. Eat anything. Be anything. What have you. But it's only in that room. No one ever leaves their room. Because why would you? Everything you ever need is in that room. You know? But he knows isn't dead yet. And eventually his wife kills herself over the grief of losing her husband, him, right? And he actually goes through an ordeal to go to hell, to save her from hell, and either bring her to heaven or what have you, or take her place. I don't remember what it was. But that's not important. The concept of that room, though, to be completely honest, it's terrifying. Because it's not real. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Summers. How's it going? Hopefully you didn't want spoilers for this game, Slither Princess, because we're in potential spoiler territory here. Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Thank you. But basically, that room, like, it's if you watch that movie, you'll see a moment where like the room, everything in it becomes pastels, because he was visualizing the painting his wife is making out of the watercoloring, and none of it's real, you know. So, and his friend wasn't even real either. Like, his friend was somewhere else, like somewhere in one of the rooms, but because his friend died first or something. But so this is very similar. Are you gonna be trapped in your own little box, pretending scenarios that aren't actually happening? Or are you going to break out and go through the real world and actually experience those things? I don't want to be in a box. I don't want to be trapped in my own I don't want to be trapped in my own head, you know? I like the things my head can come up with. I like video games. And I experience many things through video games and what have you. So I'm not one to talk. But at the end of the day, when everything's said and done, I don't want to be trapped in with no way out. Because the thing is, in my current life, I can leave at any moment. I can walk out the door, go down the streets, go to a diner, go to a restaurant, go to the store. I can see people. I can walk around. I can talk to people. I can be like, yo, how's it going, dude? And go from there. And I can talk to you guys. But imagine I go to heaven, Christian heaven. I'm dead. And I have my own little room, just like here. My own little room. And I'm streaming, right? None of it's real. None of you would be real. The chat, my phone, the games I'm playing. Essentially, what I'd be doing is simply reliving my memories. But I'm alone. And empty. And there's nothing there. I think there's stuff there, but there isn't. It's just an empty white room. A single chair. And me in it. That's it. That's why when I die, if it does turn out to be the Christian heaven, that's Christianity was right, whatever. If I have the opportunity to go to heaven, I will reject it. I don't want to go to hell, and I don't want to go to heaven. The void between, I would rather brave. I would rather find my own place, create my own sanctuary in the nothingness between realms, between life and death, between realities, between time itself, between time and space. I don't want to be trapped in my own little box. If I were to be trapped anywhere, I'd rather be the library, because then I can live new lives, actual lives, through the fragments. I don't want to be in a room with a single chair, sitting there blankly, staring at the wall. Never to know anything ever again. Just to disappear into nothingness as I'm absorbed by heaven, and dissipate into oblivion. So...
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
I see. That's what it means. So to wait forever is to turn the game off. Okay, so honestly, it's a good opportunity. I should take a break. When I come back, we will... You know what? I'm tempted to save this for later.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
That is cute. It kept track of how long I was gone for. Oh my god, that's so neat. What's the achievements? That is neat. This becomes the new hub. The new main menu, basically. I'm tempted to force quit so we can see this again later. But no, we'll... Okay. Make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Did I tell you to remember her? Definitely.
You won't.
Yeah, I won't. That instant. Everything goes dark. And you die. Sorry. Everything goes dark. And you die. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that
The
cabin
real
is
Slay
a
the Princess starts here. So before we continue, I need a break. I need to go take a break. Get up and use the restroom and get more water. So when I return, we will see what this really has to offer. I was considering waiting until next week to continue playing this so we can play some Stardeus on stream. But what I'll do is when we reach the entity again, when we have to forget, we'll wait right then and there. And then we'll do another playthrough. So basically, we have to keep doing playthroughs until we reach that end where we see her again, I think. And then we'll have, brought her a fragment. So, anyways, I'm gonna just stop it right here. I'm gonna stop it right here for now. So, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna go walk around, get a breather, get some more water, and relax, because my voice gets tenser and tenser the more I talk. And when I have these freaking earbuds in, because the problem with these earbuds is pressure builds in my ears as I speak with them in. I don't know why, but it does. It's so super stupid. So bring the deconstructed damsel to her. So there's other there's other versions. I'm not gonna look at the rest of the achievements. I almost did, but I'm not going to. I will, however, note how many they are. 93 achievements. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's no wonder this game is like 10 gigabytes large. This is a very big game. But yeah, it makes sense. A lot of what's being said here makes sense. It aligns with my own sense of self, my own thinking process. So this game is definitely for me. Definitely. And for the custodian. So anyways. BRB. Da 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 da. Testing, testing. Ah, oh, ah, oh, ah, oh, ah, oh, ah, ah, da 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 da. Ah, oh, ah, oh, dun dun da da da. Oh, oh. I wanted to record that real quick. Dun dun da da da. Ah, oh. Da dun da da da. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Da 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 da. I just came up with that just now too. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and continue. I'm thinking we'll try to go for like one more, maybe even two more endings, or I mean, I see endings, fragments, and then we're gonna switch gears.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Now, let us see what changes, if anything.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You know what? The narrator is probably the side of me that's self-sacrificing. He wants to be the villain for us to fight, right? The type of person who is trying to be the greater evil to push people to be better or to accomplish something. Yeah, look at this. Everything is the same, as if we started the game anew.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it.
I'm looking for any dialogue I haven't discovered yet. Like this one. If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her.
She's not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out, which she will unless you do something about it.
Really? Okay, well, what happens if she gets out? Gets out then. I want specifics.
The more specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her because listening to her is in their nature. And when they do, everything will come crashing down.
So, that paints a different picture. That paints a picture of fearing the influence she holds as royalty. That's interesting.
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. While I appreciate them, nevertheless, let me assure you, and before you decide to waste even more of our causality doesn't matter here, because it's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken.
Yeah, so
the egg is hatched. And
the narrator
ruin
actually
everything.
again, so the princess is a catalyst of sorts for that being we met. The narrator is us, at least the player rather, the player character. And he's trying to help her be born. But through us, through themselves, their own entity. We're not human. We're some kind of like, you know what? We're kind of like a Tengu. And Tengu, generally, winged individuals, usually in like religious connotations, are psychopomps. Psychopomps. Pomp. Yes, a psychopomp. So a psychopomp is a guide to us to souls, right? It's why angels have wings and demons as well. Angels, demons. It's why Tengus are often the couriers, the messengers and guides in Japanese folklore and what have you. And why Valkyries are winged. We have wings, right? We guide the souls of the warriors who are slain in battle to Valhalla. Psychopomps are the equivalent, kind of like the River Styx, the ferryman. Karen, right? Very similar. Karen doesn't have wings, but regardless, psychopomps are typically guides, and typically they have wings. And not only that, but crows. Crows are often linked directly to corpses and death for fairly obvious reasons. So, I wonder.
Unless, of course. Does it? Oh, if only that was. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. Like I said. Are you serious? Of course. I mean.
Yeah. What I'll do this time.
Then I guess we'll just have to sit in each. So sure, go talk to
What
her.
I'll do this time
See how you make
is
your way up.
when he
We're not
tries to
gonna go
stop
through with
us,
this, right?
I'll let him
She's a
attempt to kill
princess.
her.
Ignore him. He doesn't. The interior of the. You take the blade from the. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp. A hint of rot filled her voice.
Who's there?
That's new.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Yeah.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Just checking in on you.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far
That
wall
look,
of the
that side eye.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Yeah.
Is she really a threat to the world?
Do you know why she's acting like this? One change. Because we decided to bring the knife with us when we came down the stairs. If we hadn't, she'd be the bright-eyed girl from E4.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Maybe. No, nuh-uh. haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Maybe. Maybe.
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
You know what? Do you know how to find different voices? I mean, different fragments of her? Follow the voices. Follow the voices. Last time, we went the full-on, like, save her route, which basically was the equivalent of following the smitten. This time, let's follow the voice of the hero. Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face.
Unarmed.
Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah. Are you coming on to me? I guess one of the first options. Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
She's so oppressive. I've been told things, but I'm not sure what to believe.
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear?
Calm down, girl.
Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Again, depending on your choices, she herself changes. Like, she's being molded by your decisions to, like, take the knife with you, don't take it with you, and what have you. It's similar to how in the previous incarnation, the previous timeline, or however we want to say it, either timeline or dimension or reality, she started to change every time we kept asking her about happiness. What would she want to do? Because she kept saying, I want to make you happy. I said, well, what do you want to do? I want to make you happy. And it changed her more and more. If we hadn't done that and just moved on, it would have been different. Which I'm actually very curious about. I want to do that again next time. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Oh, shut up.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
I think. That's consistent. She said she said it last time, and so it's very consistent.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Yeah, again, she's an egg. She's just a baby.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
I wonder if there's even a world. Like, I don't think we're actually on, like, a planet. I think what's actually happening is we're an entity floating in the void in some, like, in nothingness, right? And this supposed world is her egg. This is her egg. This is her her world. So the world ending isn't actually a world. It's just the concept of a world for the sake of this simulation to awaken her as an otherworldly powerful being, whatever. Welcome in, Cats. How's it going? I'm doing well. We're just playing this game called Slay the Princess. We've actually gotten pretty far. Things got really interesting concept-wise. Like things of concepts and like existence and like what it, like if I happen to get that far again this time around in the next like couple hours, you'll know what I'm talking about. But otherwise, if you want, you can check the VOD later on. Okay, welcome. And what are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
Princess hesitates before responding.
No worries.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life.
And that's the thing. Again, there is no world to destroy. In Infinite, a baby doesn't know what it wants. Their existence just came into being, right? They don't know. They don't have a name. They don't have a purpose. They don't really have wants. They just want to be free of discomfort. And the discomfort is the chain. She's in an egg, right? And she wants to be free from that egg the same way a baby bird would. And I would assume that an egg, when you're like ready to hatch, isn't very comfortable because you're going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you're going to outgrow the egg, and it's very uncomfortable. So she's going through that. So that's why she doesn't have a name, is because she just came into existence. Like, there's the title, her concept. She is princess. She is a princess, the princess. She wasn't lying in that she didn't have a name. She couldn't remember her name because she never had one. And she doesn't know what she's going to do because she literally does not know what to do, she doesn't know anything, you know? But she has an ego. She has a personality. And the thing is, that personality dynamically changes based on the player and their choices. Because you are in the egg with her and you're shaping her. Well, sort of.
She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful.
Basically, she doesn't know.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
Also, I don't think she knows that she's just been born, either. Like, the entity we met before does. Each different version of... We've gone over this. Each different version of the princess is a fragment of the larger whole, a perspective. And we are molding those perspectives. So the larger corpus of the princess, that many-armed entity, can become whole and actually gain sentience. Like, it's a concept trying to solidify its existence, and we are helping.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world.
Nope.
But they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
Indeed.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
Mm-hmm.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear.
Again, she has knowledge of certain concepts of what an orphanage is, or the concept of living a quiet life in the woods. She has concepts about different aspects of living in a world, of existing, but that's it. There is no world for her to see. There's no world for her to have forgotten about. No world for her to destroy. we're in a box, basically.
But you don't really know me, do you?
Do you
What
know
can
you?
my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person. And a subjugating monarch, no less.
So, all for the sake of a dummy mommy. Again, we need to follow the voices. We need to follow the voice of the hero. What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
Because she doesn't know. And she doesn't have a name.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Interesting how a single choice, going with or without the knife, changed this dynamic entirely.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Okay. And how would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
A lot of these are repeat questions, but because her personality changed, the dialogue will be different.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then.
Nope.
I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Right?
Her sharp eyes settle on
Like the
edge
first
of
time
the
we did.
blade.
She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
She is. I'm sure of it.
Honestly, I do like games like this a lot. Like, I really, really, really want to play the Stanley Parable at some point in similar games that make you think, because it's right up my alley. You know, like all of this is making like this. None of it. I'm not confused by any of this. All of this is like it makes so much sense to me. I immediately got the moment we saw her larger corpus, she started talking. I immediately understood everything. Like this makes a lot of sense. So now our goal is simply to help her acquire her other perspectives. And to do that, we're gonna have to do some very drastic things. Unfortunately, we have to do different branches. And that means also killing her, either because the narrator forces us to, or because we've simply chosen to from the very beginning. So it's gonna get very, it's gonna get very messy. Very, very messy. And very red too.
Too long.
You say that, but not really.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
We're gonna keep
You
trying to
know
rescue
why
her
You're here.
if the hero wants us to. And if he changes his mind, we'll change our mind as well. So, the voice of the hero wanted us to save her, and he hasn't shown any going back on that yet. So we're gonna go ahead and try to save her again.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas besides me cutting you out of here like last time? I already know it's gonna lock it. The locked door's gonna lock, but
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance.
Mm-hmm.
If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free.
There we go. I was waiting for the voice of the hero. It was a while. He took a sweet time talking. Like, he wasn't talking at all. I was like, okay, dude, I'm gonna be following you. What do you want us to do? And he agrees with cutting her arm off. So, guess what we're doing?
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? Your shouts and pleas are met
Oops.
with silence.
One of the problems with wearing earbuds is I'll sometimes like have my arm in front of me, like, and like kind of wrapped in the earbuds a little bit, and I'll suddenly like jerk my hand down to like move my arm, and it'll just like yank the freaking earbuds out of my ears, and it's so freaking loud and uncomfortable. Ah!
You're here to slay the princess, and you try the door, but it's locked from. I'll repeat myself once again.
I'm skipping some dialogue I recognize.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier for whom?
Exactly.
Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Okay. Voice of the hero? What do you have to say? Oh, so we have a choice.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you
Some of
make
this
quick work.
is a repeat.
Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Nope.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Keep an eye on the hero.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
Because she's not yet ready.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and
Stabby,
raises
stabby,
the
stabby,
blade.
stabby, stabby.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
So the hero does not want to kill her. So I'm going to go ahead and hit warn her again.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
This is going to be very familiar. This happened last time. So I think what happened was when we, for some reason, I don't remember the first ending we got, the happiness one, because I think I got this one first. I brought the knife with me when I first played the demo. So this one's more familiar to me.
The blade. Move the blade.
No.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
I can see the conflict in your eyes.
Interesting art style here. It changed significantly. The angle is really neat.
I'll make this quick.
She's so pretty.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hand.
Watch her be a lot more efficient with it this time.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
We already have.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Yeah, that's, you know what, honestly, that's very interesting. First time we went in with peace in mind, right? To save her. And so we completely abandoned the knife. And so she went, ooh, and all happy-go-lucky. And when she was forced to kill us, she was very inexperienced, didn't know what she was doing. This time, because we went in with the knife, and she thus became aggressive and more domineering because of that, she knew how to kill us effectively. So treating her with kindness caused us more pain and a slow, agonizing death. Treating her with trepidation caused her to do it efficiently, swiftly, and relatively painless. I mean, some pain, you know. Interesting dynamic right there.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
This is the end, isn't it?
Also, I just love girls with long hair, like hers is. My hair is actually kind of flowy as well, but she looks really pretty with that hair.
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
I want to find that specific ending, the one with we had actually encountered a couple different endings. One where she was a ghost, one where she was what do you call it? It became like monstrous, you know. So I'm curious to find this one. Chapter 2, The Prisoner.
You're on a path in the wood. You're here to...
Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time.
There he is.
I wouldn't trust a word out of his.
There he is.
There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
Now, we have two voices to contend with, the voice of the hero and the voice of the skeptic. The question is, who do we follow? To be fair, we got the first ending because we kind of followed the voice of the hero, sort of, in that he wanted to save the princess and died for it. Then the voice of the smitten came about, right? The voice of the smitten wanted to save her again, no matter what. No matter what. But the voice of the hero became skeptical after that point. This time we had the voice of the skeptic. The question is, do we have both the hero and the skeptic? Or has this one replaced the hero?
I'm inclined to agree.
There he is.
If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right?
It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
I'm tempted to just leave and turn around. I don't want to do that route yet. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the cabin. I want to see what the skeptic does. We're gonna follow this time. We're gonna follow both the hero and the skeptic. If they have conflicting ideals, I'll figure it out on the spot. Not gonna even bother with that because.
A warning before you go in.
Actually, hold on. I should have saved it. I forgot, because we have the skeptic, that dialogue box will be different. So we have to...
You're on a path. You're here. I'm talking. Don't. Whatever. And before. And. Why? Like. I'm. It. Then I get it. So you make ignore.
Oh,
Focus.
and there you are. Are you here to kill me or something? How about...
Look, don't just.
Thank you. So here we are. What an awkward start to a relation.
Believe.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen.
Don't just.
Just if I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Print. She doesn't. She.
I don't at the whoever that.
She has.
So, but you.
She's right.
Give me a
Like
minute,
I
I'll go through it
said,
quickly.
so-
I know I can do the automatic skip, but I don't want to accidentally hit the wrong button. So... What's your name?
She. You.
I'm well. Oh,
You know.
Okay.
You there. If that.
that was.
If we were you, you're sure. You are. Easy.
I heard the not.
You cut the shit.
Thank-
No, as wait. What? Stop. The.
I'll make.
She stepped,
Make.
and then this is
There we go.
your.
Wait, I'm gonna save here. Okay, no.
Oh, don't use. Don't. I'm a.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very.
I wanna see if the
different
skeptic
questions,
has any
but fine,
dialogue.
I'll indulge you if that. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you done. The absolute irony. But that's. Oh. Let's say for a moment that
I'm not a
this
doodle.
really
I wanna
is
see
the
what the
second time
skeptic,
you've met me,
has to
or
say
at
about
least
it.
a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess.
Because we died because we did die because we didn't listen. That is to say, we didn't do what he wanted to do. But it's because we were resisting him, forcing us to kill her.
You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting. But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try
Where'd
and
my ball
free
go?
her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all.
To be fair, I think he is a professional. He knows. You know what? You know what? I think in truth, he remembers everything. I think he remembers everything. He's pretending not to. It's possible he doesn't remember. Again, it's very likely that the player character does not remember what we, the player, does. But I think the narrator is aware. I think he knows everything. And he remembers everything. He's here to wake her up. He's here to make her birth into existence actually succeed. Because we're in a cage, we're in an egg, right? And you'll understand why I'm saying this later on. The next time we do a run, I'm going to turn around, and you'll understand why I said I think she's in an egg.
Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything?
Fuck off.
If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
You have consequences.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
I'm eating the Rocky Road candy bar. It's really good. I highly recommend it if you guys ever go to a pharmacy or a candy store. Look for Rocky Road. Rocky Road Original. I don't know who it's made by. Oh. Annabelle's Candy Co. So Annabelle's Candy Corporation, Rocky Road Candy. It's a bright red candy wrapper. You'll see it. Really good. For some reason that gave me shivers. The moment the sugar and chocolate touched my tongue, shivers went like down my spine. So I think I really need some sugar in me. I'm probably, you know what? Oh my god, that makes a lot of sense. I'm talking so much, I'm using up so much energy. My blood sugar levels are actually probably kind of low. I don't realize it.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of if it's the latter, what do you think the people there lived happily ever after? What a conveniently ambiguous group of things. things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you that she would? And then the skeptic says this.
Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are. You're talking in circles.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm talking in facts.
Yeah. Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
Who locked in there? Locked her in there.
People locked her in that basement. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but...
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Yes, right. We're here
Because we're special. Ooh, we're special.
Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to the cabin.
I instantly thought of that song. We're all in this together. Da-dun, dun, da-dun, dun, da-dun, dun, da-dun, da-dun. I don't remember how the actual lyrics go past that point, but I instantly thought of that song from like, was it like American Dad, or was it House? Not House. It was not American Dad. I don't remember which series it was from, but. The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her. And all she did was slit my throat. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're
That
fully
candy
up to
bar
the
was
task.
really good. Fuck, I wish I had another one. I had two of them, and I ate I ate one of them on Thursday. Oh man, I want another one. Wait.
You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right?
Freaking, my chair's so squeaky.
What proof could you
I
possibly
need
ask
to
for?
put some more WD-40 on it.
Literally anything.
Yeah.
Fine. Check your pockets.
Interesting.
You put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words, "The Evidence," written across the front.
Interesting. So now we know two things about our character. One, we're not human. We're some kind of feathered, winged individual. Which again, psychopomps, guides of the dead, or spirit, of spirits, what have you, but also the assistants and servants directly to gods. Typically. And two, we have an envelope on our person. And three, apparently we have pockets. Apparently.
Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth."
And if this is true, if this is actually our handwriting, and we wrote this, it coincides with my theory. The narrator is you. You are the narrator. But a part of you that knows everything, that knows what's happening, and is trying to actually help her, and isn't actually an enemy, but they're making themselves out to be the villain to push you forward, to do what you have to do to help her. Because he is you, the player character. The player character, the narrator, is talking to us, the player, to push us to finish the game, basically, to find all the endings. So this is possibly, anyways, our handwriting. I could be wrong about the narrator. Maybe they actually are against the princess, and maybe the narrator is a rival god or whatever, trying to prevent her birth. But I'm more inclined to believe that he is actually on our side and on her side.
That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting?
And that implies the skeptic knows that is our handwriting. Another tick in the box of, yeah, the narrator is us.
I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please
Right there.
just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side.
I think he's telling the truth. He is on our side. And the rules are, if he wants to successfully bring her into existence, he cannot tell us, the players, too much. We are the avatar of the narrator, or whatever. And he can't tell us too much.
You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to? Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk. I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail, not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to trust me.
Again, this under the assumption that he is some kind of like let's say that he's also an Eldritch being, right? Who knows stuff. He assumes we are a basic human who would not be able to properly comprehend the truths of what's going on here. And we will ruin the chance he has at helping her awaken and become born to exist, right? So he needs to keep it simple or risk make us go insane from the eldritch truths we can't handle, at least not yet. Of course, me personally, I can handle easy. I already figured it out. I figured it out like 2 hours ago. But besides the point, moving on.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
I'm gonna see what happens.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. She will cheat. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
That's funny. I like the skeptic a lot, actually. He's really funny.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon.
Interesting.
A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
Interesting.
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. He definitely did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? As it should.
If we assume the narrator isn't actually as aware as I think he is, and what have you, it's possible the narrator is simply the first piece of us, and his only purpose is to give us a direction. That's literally his only purpose, and to narrate what's happening, basically. So it's possible he legitimately does not see the mirror, because when we actually saw the mirror for a second time and could interact with it, the narrator was gone. Because he disappeared, and then when we finally reached the mirror, the other two voices, the hero and the smitten, also disappeared. So, typically, mirrors often reflect the truth. They reflect your visage. They reflect the facts, right? And the narrator, I wonder if the narrator is a side of us that cannot accept the truth, perhaps. Or simply put, maybe a different way of viewing it is instead the narrator, the truth is beyond them. Like, they're designed for a specific purpose, and when that purpose is no longer valid, the narrator disappears. Either because you succeeded in what they were trying to make you do, or it's no longer valid because you failed. They failed. The narrator failed. Whenever the narrator succeeds or fails, they disappear because their purpose is finished and they no longer need to be there. So he failed in his mission last time, and thus he disappeared. Gone.
There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Or again, he's aware, but he has to pretend he doesn't know, doesn't see it, because that's the best way of moving us forward, giving us choice. If the narrator really wanted to get things done properly, we would have no choice whatsoever. At all. It'd be a kinetic novel. Very, very, like, railroady. But it's not. We have choice. And the narrator is there to give us that choice. And to see things through. To see where we go.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
I think you know what we have to do.
I want to see how handsome I am.
Let's not get caught up in vanity. Definitely take a closer look. Whatever it is, he must not want us to know about it.
Is this some sort of rehearsed bit? Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Exactly. That's the thing right there. Why would he lie? There's literally no purpose. So he probably, again, this is either he doesn't know it's there, or he has to lie, and even though it's so stupid to do so, because he wants us to have the choice to look at it. And it's like reverse psychology. People often want to do things they're told they can't do, right? Oh, there's no mirror there. There's clearly a mirror there. It makes you curious. Why is there a mirror there? I want to go take a look because this person's telling me there's no mirror there. Let's go touch it. You know, very, very, very easy, like, reverse psychology.
Very different. Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely.
The second option is closer to the truth. Technically, it changed because we changed.
Now, isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope this means you'll finally drop your ridiculous past life nonsense.
No.
You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details.
Mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Yeah, again, the mirror is the truth. It's a reflection of the truth, and it's a hint of the truth. This is supposed. I think what's happening here is if we see the mirror, that means we're on the right track. I'm gonna assume that's what it means. I want to maybe repeat the last run and see if there is another mirror. If there's no mirror when the smitten shows up, that means we finished that run. I'm gonna assume the mirror might be a hint, possibly.
But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important.
It is.
We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Yep. A very important piece. This time, I'll take the blade again.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
So the skeptic is probably leaning towards potentially killing her if it goes that route, but he also is skeptic of the narrator. So the skeptic is like more on the fence. The smitten and the hero were more on saving her, like blindly, whereas the skeptic is now in between, whereas the hero probably still wants to save her. Interesting dynamic we have here.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a
Say
favor.
that every single time. Dude.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
I wonder if it would have changed had we gone without the knife.
Does she remember us?
Probably.
You walk down the stairs
Hi.
and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
She looks surprisingly cute, like with the collar around her.
So much for cutting her out of here.
Yeah.
Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Yeah, why is that there? I noticed it the when you came in. The fact the skeptic brought that up is very important. Why would that be there? If it was to chain her like around her waist, it would have been behind her, beneath the middle one. But no, it's off to the side.
That was there last time too, wasn't it?
Was it?
It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Sit with her. Let's sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Interesting.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
I'm so curious about what this is about, right here.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Again, I want to follow the hero. I think with the hero is mainly for the first part. Once you've already unlocked a second voice, you have to go with the next voice. So I think we should go to the skeptic, but the skeptic is going to be very wishy-washy is the problem. So we'll probably default to the hero. I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers this?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah,
Yeah,
I remember.
she remembers.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true.
Yep.
As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
Oh yeah, sure.
A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles.
Exactly. So he was completely like, again, the narrator knows more than he lets on, but exactly. So that's a bit of like a plot hole right there. It's like a wait a minute, you know? Like he clearly could have been more believable in us, right? Because if we had even mentioned like, oh, I died once and came back here, he should have clicked and like, oh fuck, you know, and like what have you. So it's likely that he's intentionally lying, intentionally doing an act, or he just is making up shit right now on the spot. Who knows?
I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle.
There it is. That is the truth. Right there. I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. He knew. He knew.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met.
There's that too.
I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
That the other version of him already died.
That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
Oh. Oh. Don't bully the narrator. Don't bully him. Only I can bully him.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
It can be at first, but then you realize that even though you're not the first, you won't be the last either. At least ideally. Depends on how you view existence and timelines and universes and what have you, because like I don't want to go too deep into this. It's a huge, long discussion I've had before and has to do with the way I think with stuff. But basically, everything repeats. Not always the same way. Sometimes the same way. But it'll take a while to get to that point, you know? So.
Exactly. He gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again. All right?
No, let's mess it up again. Let's mess it up again, shall we?
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
Well, for one, it's not too bright and you can actually get some sleep. Because have you tried sleeping in the middle of the daylight? It's kind of uncomfortable. I mean, I've actually done it before. I was at a beach once when I was a kid and slept. It was under like an umbrella, to be fair, but it was really, really bright. So it's possible, but it's more comfortable sleeping in the pitch darkness. I'm sorry. Moving on. I'm being silly here.
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
The problem is, narrator, I have more than enough information from one playthrough. I've already met her. So...
I won't.
Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter.
Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
You were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that? What did you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here?
Well, I was planning on cutting you out, but it's clearly not an option anymore.
There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
But your neck!
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
To be fair, you actually... I remember looking this up a while ago. You can survive a beheading. Technically, when your head is cut off, depending where it's cut, you are still alive. Someone in like the 1900s or 1887 or whatever, like 1960, or I think it was like 1880 or something. This scientist, researcher, he wanted to be a witness to this beheading of this woman who was like beheaded for like either, for some reason, I don't remember what it was. And after he requested to be right there to do experiments, like to see if she was still alive after she was beheaded, and whoever beheaded her said, fine, go ahead. And so he sanctioned. She was beheaded, and he walked up to where her head was, the basket, and said her name, and she looked up at him. She reacted. She went like, she couldn't move her head, obviously, but she was still alive. She could still hear everything. So beheading isn't as instantaneous as you think. If it's if the brain itself is not destroyed, or you don't hit the part of the neck like near the top of it where it'll do the right amount of trauma to knock them unconscious, they're probably going to still be alive. Because what happens is your brain, the reason it functions is because of oxygen and electricity, right? Blood flow, right? So essentially, when you cut someone's head off, all you're doing is depriving them of oxygen and of blood flow, blood pressure. So, theoretically, if someone was beheaded and you could get their head back on their body fast enough, everything's secured properly. The nerves in the spine, the arteries and veins secured to themselves properly, you know, and what have you, you could potentially resuscitate them, maybe. But they have like 15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds or 23 seconds of consciousness before they lose that. And then their brain will still be active for maybe another like 10 minutes at best. And the amount of time it would take to not only reconnect the spine to the spinal cord, all those nerves, and to reconnect all the veins and arteries and get the body moving again might be too much time. So this is gonna be very, very interesting. I'm really curious how this is gonna go.
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Probably not. What happened after I died?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them.
That's interesting. So, all of a sudden, bam, she's back in a different place. So again, this goes with what I'm saying earlier. So, she never got the chance to leave.
And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
There's probably more.
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
And if we, again, I want to take everything she says at face value. I feel like what she's saying is the utter truth because she is nothing more than a fragment, the fetus of this larger being, a fragment of the fetus, right? So she needs to serve a specific purpose in order to join with that fragment. So when her purpose wasn't finished, she blacked out and ended up here.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
Could go either way. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. But I'm like 70%.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why
Right there.
or how.
Well, you guys don't know. I know. You guys don't know. But I'm inclined, like 70%, 80% inclined to believe she's telling the truth. There's nothing she's hiding. How am I supposed to cut you out if you didn't notice your head is in a shackle too?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
Oh gosh.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Oh, you know what? What if she plans on like only cutting off a part of her neck, sliding the chain, the collar over that part, letting the half of the neck that went over the collar to heal and cutting the other half, you know? So she's not actually completely cutting her head off. She would have to sever her spinal cord is the problem, and she'll lose, if her body functions normally, she'll lose the ability to do anything with her arms will go dead, right? But we know she's not entirely normal.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Yeah, honestly, skeptics, I think I like skeptics. I mean, not like zealous skeptics, but like just giving the pros and cons. Like, I'm not sure what to do here, but I mean, we see the options. Fuck if I know, you know?
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
The first half of that is stupid, narrator. Second half makes sense. Use it to escape. How is she gonna escape from that? I mean, obviously the intent is for her to escape anyways. But the narrator is getting a little like, dude, are you daft?
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Exactly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. That other chain on the wall, who's it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
Probably.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Inspect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why is that?
Why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need
Again,
to investigate.
it's one of those reverse psychology scenarios.
But what if he's telling the truth?
Again, but what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
I am.
Fuck it.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say.
What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad?
Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Fuck. I was gonna at least give it to her so she can cut herself out. Excuse me?
Yes? Are we stuck here now? Yes.
Well, I guess we're gonna I guess we're both prisoners. It's kind of cute though. We're just like kind of just chilling. We don't have a choice. We're just kind of stuck here together now.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
Yeah. So, we're both stuck here.
Yep.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Did you know that this was going to happen?
No.
You're not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude. You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything.
I kind of like how the narrator was like, I don't want to say this next part. She didn't want to narrate.
This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
Is it?
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything.
We're not that far away. Actually, to be honest, the princess could reach the knife. Easy. And only ours was too short. We wouldn't be able to reach it, but she definitely can. She'd have to like stretch her legs out to it, probably. But not only that, but she could reach us easily. Like there's no way she couldn't.
But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just does.
But
Your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more.
Shut up.
And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
if time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
Exactly. Erosion, wear and tear, age. Even her aging, you know?
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Hey, have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk, remember?
Still rude.
Pay attention to the environment. Yeah, there it is.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change.
I mean,
The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
this one was more obvious from here too, but this became it became a lot more visible. I saw this first, and then I noticed everything else.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should
Yeah.
have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
That is a good point. It takes a long time for stone masonry to break down. Like decades. We would have long been dead. In fact, we're not is very suspicious.
She hasn't starved.
Yeah, neither one of us.
I guess she hasn't.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass. Until suddenly, there are no walls. And then... And?
I think he's gone.
He's gone. That's why it got. That's why he was getting quieter. I was wondering why the audio was weird.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
Huh.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Aww. That's kind of sad. The first, again, honestly, she's a child. She's an infant. She was I wonder if the cabin itself is her egg, you know? So this is the outside world. It's cold. The first thing a child ever feels is the discomfort of being forced from your warmth, your warm home within your mother. And you realize how cold the outside world is. There's just more and more evidence piling on, kind of proving what I said earlier. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
No, she'll find us.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
You know why. It's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
Because every time we look at the mirror, they're gone. Because we're faced with the truth of who we are and what we are. And the voices sink into the back of our minds. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
Feels too good to be true.
I want to find an ending where I find all of the voices, even the narrators, all at once, and we're all in here together. I don't want to abandon the voices, you know? You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Once again. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. The bloat. You've grown. What? Have I? I can't. Oh. Yeah, actually, look at this. The hand in the mirror is bigger than the one out here. Interesting. Interesting. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Hmm. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Change is what she's referring to. You know, more and more perspectives. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
Because she's still not completely whole. She has no complete... she's gaining... There's id and there's ego, and I don't remember which one is which. But she has one of them, and the other one is still developing. Let me look that up real quick, actually. Hold on. Ego versus id. So, she is developing her ego. She has an id. So, the id is the impulsive part of your personality that is driven by pleasure and repulsed by pain. The superego is the judgmental and morally correct part of your personality, and the ego is the conscious part of your personality that mediates between the id and the superego and makes decisions. She can't yet make decisions because her ego hasn't developed yet, but she has a partial id, and it seems like she might have a little bit of a superego as well, but it's hard to say for sure. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know the truth of the matter. But basically, she's developing an ego, and until she does, she won't really be able to give us a straight answer.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Oh, you know what? I didn't try it last time because I took the knife instead of leaving it behind. I wonder if I attempt to leave the knife behind, I'll do the same route the first time as I did in the first time, and we're gonna see what happens. You've been kinder to me than you've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
And she mentioned the last one was very kind and gentle, a very fragile one, but soft, and loves us, the player character. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
That's true.
My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Guides me down the trail of perspective and memory. Again, a psychopomp. Our guides. They're typically guides of souls, but a guide. We are a guide. We're guiding her to sentience. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation, I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Just as the people around us have an effect on us and change us, no matter how imperceivably or how small, so too does our interactions with her and her various incarnations change her and help her grow. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
First she was a stream, and now she's a pond.
You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
I don't want to do this, and attack the entity or destroy your body. I'm curious, I want to explore. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. I like breathed in my nose and something lodged up there and it hurt. I think it was just mucus. I'm gonna go ahead and hit this button, and if I don't like the results, I might just reload it. I don't want to kill her. But I'm doing it because it's an option. The problem is, not every option should be chosen.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
I like that. I'm ready.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Every time! Every time! Oh my god. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess. Bring the prisoner to
You're
her.
on a path. in
So
the
yeah,
woods,
chapter 1, the hero...
And
So
at the
yeah,
end of that path
I was right. So
is a cabin.
typically,
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
it seems like the hero is the one we want to follow to get the first chapter done with. And then we get another person and go from there. Because last time we followed the skeptic and we got trapped as a result. But we brought the prisoner to her as a result.
You're here to slay her.
I really, really, really want to see what happens next.
I'm talking. Don't. Why never call and. Like. Then I guess social. You make it.
I'm gonna attempt to do the same ending as the first time around. So, enter the basement without the blade.
The door to the basement. Her voice
Hello?
is hypnotizing. Don't let it.
Interesting.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
You walk down. She's beautiful. I am begging you.
Okay. Oh,
She paused.
you can.
He's-
Like I said, I'm sorry.
Okay. This, oh,
Is that why they threw me down?
I'm gonna attempt to do the same exact options as last time.
sooner or later, they're large.
I missed some options,
I'm
that's
guessing
fine.
maybe it's somewhere
Exploring
upstairs.
is mostly,
Doubtful.
I think, filler.
Whoever locked
Some
the
of them
princess
actually do
away
have an
did
effect
it
on
right.
the
Okay. I'll be here.
What do you have
Good
here?
luck.
You were someone.
The story.
You're, you make your way easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam.
There's a slight panic.
If I could just...
She barely hesitated as she ripped the door with you won't. Again, you cut. The blade is sharp. Her limb. She did know. How?
Thank you.
No, we won't have any of. As the prince. Wait, watch me.
What are you...
There it is. There's the locked option. Okay. 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 I see now. I see now. So this is the turning point. If we save her and warn her, that option gets used up. When we do the exact same thing and come back here, we no longer have that as an option. We have to slay her. I just wanted to see what would happen. I'm not actually going to follow through with that. Later I will. I actually want to go the peaceful routes first. I say peaceful. I want to avoid trying to hurt her until the last second. Oh, okay, I get it. So those are options I've already clicked on after before I saved. And so normally they disappear and are no longer an option, but because I loaded it, it loaded the state of those questions, but then grayed them out afterwards because I already asked those questions. I can't ask them again because then it'll be a weird loop. So okay.
I'm talking about the end.
I'm gonna load it from here.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover. I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. And the hero and the princess.
You're on a
Hello.
path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I'm doing alright. I'm really tired. I need to take a break. It's been a while since I took a break and what have you, and I wanted to change gears. We're not going to continue playing this for the last hour, but rather I'm going to show you guys the game that's been keeping me up until 6 in the morning. So, we'll do that. But welcome in, Rimba. I'm doing well. Just kind of tired. I had a lot of fun with this game, Rimba. This is, it has like, it like plays with like Eldritch stuff and what it means to exist and possibilities, different realities, timelines, what have you. And I was able to, because it aligns really well with my own train of thought, the way I think of when it comes to existence, larger existences like Eldritch horrors, gods, spirits, fragments of those, what have you. It makes a lot of sense to me because the character, the princess, is a fragment of a larger being that is being born. Again, that's why you see these hands right here. That's essentially her larger corpus, or at least a potential larger corpus, like her potential being. And every fragment we bring her provides her more ego, more personality, because she's just a babe. She's basically, what's happening is essentially she's being born right now. We're developing her, and the realm we're in is her egg, essentially. Or actually, I think maybe the basement, the cabin might be the egg itself. I'm not sure. So we have already given her one, as she states, perspective. That was one where we tried to save her and she came to love us. And this one, she was more cynical and learned to protect herself with the cynicism and like subtle passive hostility. But we didn't kill her or attack her. We just got stuck and had to wait out the time with her until eventually the cabin broke down and she was freed from the cabin. And her first words were, "So this is the outside world. It's so cold." And that made me kind of sad a little bit. But then she got grabbed by her arms, and then here we go. So this is two vessels we've granted the princess, this entity, this larger being, and each vessel is her, but only parts of her, right? Parts of her that we need to help develop to have different experiences so she can develop her ego. Because she has an id, the instincts, instinctual drive, and she might have a slight amount of super ego, but she doesn't quite have an ego yet. So we're helping her do that. We ourselves are not human. I think we are also either being born with her, or we ourselves are our own entity, and we're simply guiding her to be born, you know, by giving her these different experiences, no matter how gentle and loving or as brutal and bloody as they might be. So, just got home from the docks. Floosh shots. Yay! Lost 5 pounds. I need to lose weight myself, actually. I'm not sleeping well enough. It's my problem. And so I gain weight as a result. A drama queen, come on. You're literally playing I Can Fix It. I guess maybe. Well, actually, no. Not really. I wouldn't say it's like I can fix her. It's a little more complex than that. I mean, we can say, haha, yeah, that's how it is. But in truth, she's just a baby. She's just a baby, you know? And so we're helping her learn what it means to exist, to be a person, to have a personality, you know? So that's what we're doing here, is helping her experience different things, no matter how pleasurable or how painful those might be. Because remember, the instinctual drive of people versus the ego, the id is driven by pleasure and repulsed by pain. And so we need to help her experience those different aspects back and forth in a myriad of ways so she can awaken. That's what we are here for, is to awaken her. In a way, I suppose, but in the same, she's kind of having an existential crisis in the same way a baby does. Because a baby has no sense of self, no sense of like who they are or what they are, right? She actually mentioned in this second iteration that she has, like, we asked her how she felt she changed, and she's like, how is a child different from a toddler? So she went from a toddler to be more akin to a child in personality and mental self-awareness. So we're helping her. Here, you have your rest in due time. I'm sorry for the 100. So if we hit this one.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being.
Wrong one.
Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
I will long for your return, because the only other being here, aside from her, is us. It's literally just her and me. There is no other. So, and also, so leaving her and doing another round will give her time to reflect on what she is and who she is. She has no her, and she's trying to find that.
We will meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. And once again, it begins. Chapter 1. The hero and the princess.
You're on a path in the woods.
Anyways,
And at the end of that
we've gone
is a
over
cabin.
this. I gotta end
And in the
this
basement
portion.
of that cabin is a princess.
I need to go take a break, use the restroom. I'm thinking maybe we might go till 9 o'clock. Either we do an hour of Stardeus or 2 hours of Stardeus. So, kind of not. It's hard to describe. It's like every time we die, we come back to here. In a way, she did, but it's necessary. We have to die to restart the process over again, so we can do a different path and bring something new to her. You know? I've already saved it here though, so
You're here to...
I'm gonna go and just quit. We saved it there. And honestly, I really like this game a lot. It's very, very interesting because again, it aligns really well with my own train of thought, the way I think of things, and the way I view existence, in my own existence, and what it means to be, what it means to exist, what it means to, and like possibilities, and it's just really interesting. I made a juxtaposition earlier. I made a comparison between the smaller fragments, the princesses, and this entity with me and the custodian, the librarian of the Lighthouse Library I keep mentioning sometimes, which is my ideal scenario. I want to become the librarian, a larger entity that sends out fragments to gain stories, to fill my library and gain power and existence, and also with Jesus and God, because it's interesting. It makes too much sense. It's almost as if this game was made for me. But I'm not prideful enough to assume that I'm the only one that thinks this way. There's probably a number of people who think similarly, and probably also who's made for. I say, like, not actually made for, just like metaphor, like hypothetically, like, oh, this makes too much sense. This is perfect. So I'm looking forward to playing this. I want to wait until streams to play this. So I won't play it off stream. I'll make sure to save it until next stream comes around, and we'll continue. So two fragments have found their way home, and now we need to find some more. And we already know a couple of them. We've actually played the demo. We actually encountered a number of them, so we simply have to repeat those ones, essentially. Yeah, definitely. The introspective, existential thinkers, essentially. That's what I am. and I'm an existential thinker. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm better than anyone. If anything, we get hit by existential crises way too easily. We're very sensitive to such crises, you know. And it gets a bit much sometimes. It gets pretty hard, honestly. Very stressful. But oh well. Exactly. The curse of knowledge. Knowledge. I'm sorry. I'm being silly. I gotta get up and I gotta get up and do a stretch. Get some more water while I'm at it. Oh, how the turntables for the bully to be the bullied. Dun dun dun. Okay, I gotta go. I'm gonna take a break. We'll be back in like maybe 5-10 minutes with more water and this fucking mess of a game I absolutely adore. Oh my god, this game. It's Rimworld, but in space. And I love it. It's early access, so it's not finished, but also real quick. A guarded vessel. Bring the prisoner to her. Prison of the mind. Become your own jailer. An idealized vessel. Bring the deconstructed vet damsel to her. The body. It's you. I wanted to see the other options for the idealized vessel. There's other text options I never actually got to pursue. Which was weird. I want to go back to that. We could probably load the game before that, but I don't want to mess up the chronological too much. So, oh well, next time I'll figure it out. Anyways, BRB. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right. I'm back. Sorry, took a while. I need to slow down. My biggest issue is I I get too worked up while streaming. It doesn't help that the earbuds put pressure on my ears. Like, I know I have the shoulder speakers, but I like using the earbuds because the shoulder speakers have like a weird lag to them, and they sometimes like they don't the connection isn't very strong sometimes. It'll give out, which is frustrating. Anyways, I return with a bowl of chalky cereal, chocolate rice cereal, similar to Rice Krispies, but a different brand from a different store. Not bad, actually. Okay. Stardeus. I'm not, I'm not sure how well it'll function with my model on. I'm hoping it'll be fine. But if I start to lag really badly, let me know, and I'll disable my model. So, what is Stardeus? Stardeus, or Stardeus, or Stardeus, however you want to say it, is a colony management game very, very similar to RimWorld. In fact, it's directly inspired by RimWorld if the description of the store page is anything to go by. For those who are unfamiliar with such games or prefer to have a better direction of how to play or what have you, I recommend you guys try out the tutorials. I haven't, because I like going in blind and learning the controls myself. But if you want a fresh experience, just start the game. They'll give you a crash course at the very beginning of the game, immediately. And you can always, of course, skip that crash course. So what I'll do is I'm gonna go ahead and do a new game. I already have one. I'm gonna turn this on later. We're gonna do a new game, a dummy run. So I give you an idea of how this game works. Then we'll go into my current run, show you what's happening, and what have you, play some more of that, and go from there. This game is early access. It's not gonna be perfect. Stardeus. Stardeus. It's not perfect, but it's actually really well done considering it's still early access. So now there are some other options for scenarios. At the moment, the only ones that are completely fleshed out is wrecked a ship, leaving the Earth, and sandbox. The empty ship and random ship are not finished. I don't know what those do. I don't know what kind of ships they are. And besides, wrecked is more fun anyways. You can choose a balanced story generation, random generation, or no story. No story basically means you won't have any events. I highly recommend random, because more fun that way. And then of course you can adjust the modifiers. Most of these, if you adjust them at all, it'll disable achievements. So if you want achievements, like I do, you don't want to touch those. It'll tell you if it will or not on the tooltip. But some of them, like the difficulty, will not have it won't change it won't prevent achievements. Like you can go like impossible if you want to and be perfectly fine. And then of course, no reload, permanent death. Permanent death is as the developers state, is the way it's meant to be played. You can do that if you want, or you cannot, up to you. You can even play with no pausing. So you can't ever pause the game, but you can make it go to the smallest speed possible, at the very least. Of course, also skip beginner quests. I won't skip those, but the beginner quests are the ones that are the very beginning, the crash course, and they're actually pretty useful to have on. Like even though I like going in blind, it's a great. I would prefer a small crash course rather than full-blown tutorials, you know? Now, the way this works is you can name your ship. In this case... I like naming it after me. So I'll have like some kind of like designator, like this one is Warp Shifter Svela. This one is Starseeker. I had Stride, like a Stride Seeker or whatever, or like, and I even had like Void Strider Svela and Void Mother Svela as in previous ships. Most of the ships I've attempted, I abandoned because I want to do a different ship, and then one of them I failed to keep the seed for said ship and lost it, so I couldn't redo it even though it was a really good run, really good ship design. One of them though, the one before Starseeker, I died. I had a giant asteroid, this like half the size of my entire ship, ram into my ship and destroyed my computer, and I lost. So I had to end that one. That one I died on. But this one, we're doing well. I had a couple close calls, and even though it's permadeath, technically, if you're lucky, it'll autosave before the death of your machine or whatever, of your computer. And so if you click continue, it'll reload before you died. But technically, all permadeath means is you only have one save file. So if you have to, you can save scum by Alt F4ing if you really need to, but it really depends on the circumstances, and I don't recommend doing that, honestly. Oh yeah, speaking of which though, let me go ahead and bring up the... Here we go. Flashbang, warning, it's gonna be really bright. So these are the current Stardeus ship seeds. This one, I died. Giant asteroid. This is my current one. This one is Starseeker Svela. Oh, I should have put the names. Oh well. I don't remember what the name of this one is. I think it's a Void Mother. I think it was Void Mother. Void Mother Svela. So, after choosing a name, you can randomize the seeds. Now, technically, you could just keep you can like type in your own seed, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, 7, 6, 1, 2. That's good. That's good. Hold on. This was by accident. Oh shit, that's a good seed. That's a really good seed, actually. Ooh. We'll do this one. Warp Shifter Svela. I was not planning on doing this like a proper run, but maybe we'll have to. So, you choose the general design of the ship, and you can customize it however you want later on once you're in game. Like, you don't even have to use the design. You can make an entirely. You can make a box if you want to. Like, get like a random design and just make a giant square. It won't. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I love the designs though, and I love like finding a good design. So we're gonna go with this one. This one is really, really good. And just start. Earth has perished. Survivors are roaming the universe in search of a new home. You are hibernating in Warp Shifter Svela, an arc vessel equipped with advanced AI that will wake the colonists after a base has been established on a habitable planet. I read that fast because it's usually it's very fast loading, but it's slow. Uploading neural network to host. Disabling I/O to reduce the initial shock. Enabling visual input in 3, 2, 1. Greetings, colonists. I am Ship OS, an artificial intelligence that controls the ship. There's a catastrophic failure that triggered an upload of human consciousness. You were selected as the most compatible surviving subject. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. This is a ship computer that hosts our neural network. Try to preserve this device at all costs, unless it violates Asimov's first law. A robot may not injure a human being or, through an action, allow a human being to come to harm. It looks like someone managed to survive. We should keep an eye on these colonists. Fixing and relocating some facilities over this area could keep them alive longer. There are 837 more survivors hibernating in the stasis array. But life support systems will become unstable unless we reestablish the power. Malfunctioning pods will trigger premature wake-up events. To minimize casualties, we must rebuild the ecosystem in that area. If we build bridge controls and thrusters, we can travel to nearby planets and use the shuttle for mining expeditions. It would allow us to establish a resource processing pipeline and produce essential materials for rebuilding our ship. There seems to be more wreckage nearby. We should be able to approach it once we have restored some space travel capabilities, so this right here. The crash course is now complete. Thank you for your patience. For further learning, I highly recommend exploring the operations manual in the Codex overlay. A location provides suggestions when certain actions are advisable. Keep an eye on the events list. Granting full permissions. Good luck. New quest. Provide a charging station. Before anything else, we must ensure that our robotic workers will have a way to recharge themselves. Yeah, your left arm's gonna be freaking in pain for a while. I hate that. So, as you can see, the ship is seeing better days. Now, normally you would want to try to reestablish the ship, and if you just eyeball it, it can be very difficult to figure out what the ship looked like at first. One thing I want to point out before anything else, pause the game and hit this little button right here, Planning, or F7. Along with a set of planning tools that include mirroring, circles, and lines, this overlay helps in designing the perfect ship. In scenarios where your ship is destroyed, like this one, the overlay will contain the original design, so you can choose to restore it to its former glory or wipe everything out and make it your own. Hit this button. It'll give you the general rough outline of how the ship is supposed to look. And if you want to keep that design, like how I do, it's very important. I had a real hard time first time I played because I was trying to eyeball it without this. I was like, just think, okay, where is this? Like, how far? Try to remember how the design looked and like try to fasten it together, and it was a pain in the ass. This button is like really, really useful. Oh my god. We can tell how many blocks is too far one way or the other way. Like for instance, this central piece right here where our computer is perfectly aligned with the blueprints. This one, however, is not. This one is too close to us, I think. No, it's too far away. So this one needs to move. If we go into our build option with the Q button and go to planning, we can get a ruler. This one, oh, it's right here. So this is this. So this corner right here, 5 spaces. So left 5, left 4, down 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means this piece has to move down and left 4 times. Same thing with this. See how it's not lined up? Up left. And this one, bottom right. Oddly enough, this is actually lined up really well. So it's just these 3 chunks. Okay. I had to make sure I didn't just dox myself. Here be dragons. Funny. So, at the beginning, you are given 1 hauling drone, 1 robot, general purpose like construction robot, and 1 flying construction robot. These are very important, especially the flying ones. The problem is the flying drones are weaker than the grounded robots, and you only have one grounded robot. What I found is the flying one tends to short circuit and break down, so that's scary. But you can get more later on. It's just I don't know how to preserve them. Like sometimes it'll last a while, and sometimes I'll just like die of electric shock like immediately, no matter what I do. So keep an eye on your robots with the events. It'll tell you if there's like a fire or a short circuit or a raid or something broke or whatever. Very important. Keep an eye on this. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. First things first. Provide a charge station. There's a lot of tooltips here. You will get to know over time, but one second. I'm okay. Ooh. I really have to slow down. I swallowed weird while they were still in like while there was still food in my throat, and I was really worried I was gonna inhale it. So I had to like stop myself, and it made it even worse. It was as if my tongue like spasmed in my throat. My entire throat spasmed. I need to get comfortable. Oh my god, I get way too excited when I'm talking. I have to slow down. Ugh. It literally felt like I was swallowing my... It literally felt like I was swallowing my throat, my tongue. I'm okay though. I'm okay. Bleh. Blah. What do you mean? Okay. So, this is the gist of how this game works. Is broken ship, put it back together, save colonists, make it space-worthy, and travel. With the intent of eventually finding a habitable planet. Oh, I see. So from this point on, I'm just gonna do my own thing. And just go, and you'll get an idea of how this works. I detected a reactor efficiency upgrade in the wreckage. Use the inventory I button overlay to find it, then relocate it near a matter reactor so the robot can reach it. Once the upgrade is relocated, select the reactor and order its installation through the device's UI. So upgrade. There it is. I'm gonna move this over to the colonists so they can use it. I highly recommend you guys change some of the keybinds in the inputs. The original hall button was the O button, but it's really far on the other side of the keyboard. So I remapped it to G because G has no button. There's no button. Nothing is using the G button. So I swapped the relocate button. Really, really useful. I kind of want to swap the robot command button as well. Right now it's set to control, but it's really uncomfortable hitting the control button with my pinky. Oh. Oh, that's neat. I don't like it though. I don't like it. It's neat, but I don't want it. Unfortunately, there's no way to adjust the robot control. I wish they would let you do that, but there isn't, unfortunately. And the reason why I'm mentioning that, what I'm talking about, is interesting. So if you select a robot and you hit control, I want to do it. Yeah, no, someone else. This one. Control. Hold control to give direct orders. I could not figure out for the life of me how to directly control a robot. You can't control colonists because you're not a colonist, you're a robot. I mean, you're a computer, and you're controlling the robots because they're part of your system, right? So you can control robots just fine. And later on, when you develop mind control technology, then you'll be able to control the colonists. Until then, they're kind of just gonna do their own freaking thing, which is very, very frustrating sometimes. With robots though, if you click the control button, you can hold control down and tell them to go somewhere or do things. So for instance, Dumbo's already doing it, but I can control Dumbo and do this. So Dumbo can go to 157-155. Dumbo thinks it's safe. There's one pending task. Task rejected. Instructions to relocate interrupted. 1 tasks are workable for this being. Click left while holding control to forcibly assign the task. There we go. And now Dumbo will relocate. Because I told her to. Or him. Of course, they would have done it anyways, so it doesn't really matter, but... Oh. There we go. We should order some repair or deconstruction tasks on the damaged areas. The damaged objects have a cracked surface. The repair tool will mark damaged objects with a red color. Use the repair or deconstruction tools to do this efficiently. So we have a bunch of tools down here. Repair, haul, deconstruct, cancel, retry tasks, and of course, what's probably different is connect. This tool allows you to connect or disconnect electrical devices and link/unlink teleporters by clicking and dragging a line between them. So there's also the E button. That's what I was doing here, is connecting all these devices together. There. I think it's very important to get the particle collector as soon as possible because you need to get some fuel. You need to get, and this is a great way of getting like a passive amount of fuel. Can someone please do this for Rody? Thank you. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Carbon is probably better. It has a better energy output, but iron, it's basically 3 more kilowatts for less than 200 extra energy outputs. 7.2, 360. $240 more energy output for 2.8 more kilowatts. Let me do some calculations real quick, actually. So 7.2 divided by 360. Sorry, 360 divided by 7.2. $500 divided by 10. I don't know what I'm doing. So 7.2 divided by 360. 360 divided by 7.2. 50. So 50 fuel per kilowatts spent getting the iron. Wait, wait, is it the same? Wait a minute. It's the same. So you're getting the same amount of fuel between the iron and carbon. Am I doing this right? Welcome in, Sheppy. How's it going? Hello, hello. Actually, Sheppy, good question for you. So, I have this particle collector. By the way, welcome to RimWorld in space, essentially. This game called Stardeus. It's the game I've been addicted to the past few days, and it's why I've been staying up till 6 in the morning playing instead of getting a rest for stream. Question for you. We have iron. It'll cost 7.2 kilowatts. I don't know how long, you know what, hold on. I don't know how long it takes to actually collect this, but the iron is going to cost 7.2 kilowatts at a consistent rate to collect the iron. And it gives 360 energy output if you were to use it as fuel. Meanwhile, the carbon costs 10 kilowatts and gives out an energy output of 500. I think that it's collected at the consistent rate. I think it's at the same pace. I just don't know how much. Yeah, so constant 7.2. However long it takes to collect it or whatever. 7.2 to 360 or 10 to 500. So tell me if I'm doing this right. 360 fuel output to 7.2 kilowatts. That's 50. That should be 50 energy outputs per kilowatt. Right? Conversely, 500 divided by 10, also 50. If my math is correct, both of these provide the same amount of effective fuel you would gain by spending the constant 7.2 or 10 kilowatts it would take to get one iron or one fuel. I believe they're the exact same. Meanwhile, copper is worse. I know for a fact copper wouldn't be worth it. It's barely even more than the iron, and yet costs more kilowatts. And same with this. So these two are not better. But these two are about the same amount of energy expended in order to acquire said material from open space. So yeah, so basically I had to spend this amount of kilowatts for a set amount of time to collect a single thing of that material. I don't know how long, but it's something it's passively gained. Because the particle collector, well, a recent scientific breakthrough enables this collector to capture stray particles in space to produce raw materials over time. You have to configure it to target specific types of material. Can only be placed in space attached to the outside of the ship. So, after a set amount of time, it will produce one iron. But it takes a constant use of 7.2 kilowatts. And as far as I can tell, both the carbon and the iron will produce the same amount of effective outputs per energy used, essentially. Fuel. Good question. Required for crafting a cat. Excuse me? Crawler? Duh. Wait, what? What? Wait, I can make a cat? Alright then. Honestly, it's just for fuel. I don't think I'm gonna need carbon for anything except for fuel. Because I can't make anything out of anything. Essentially, yes, I'm doing it for fuel, but admittedly the iron also has a secondary source, a secondary use, and that if I can get the manufacturing research, I can turn them into steel plates, which everything uses steel plates. So I think iron might be better. But carbon's more fuel efficient is the thing. But I'll get the same amount of fuel from either of them. Apparently, yeah. I mean, I'll need a transmutation circle, but that's besides the point. Transmutation circle, an arm, a leg, I need a transmutation circle, an arm, a body, some protein, vitamins, minerals, and someone's mom. dead mom, preferably. The end goal here is just to produce a passive amount of a given material, probably to be used as fuel, or at least some purpose. Now that I've looked at the things that it can be used for, the only one I can actually make use of in the short term, like the most recent term, would be iron in order to turn it into steel. What I want to know is if they both provide the same amount of material for energy use. 7.2 kilowatts at a constant rate, if I were to use them as fuel, that is, would generate 360 energy. So ignoring the other stuff, ignoring what they can be made into. So let's say just as fuel. You're right. I'm sorry for I should have clarified. Yes, fuel. Just fuel. I overcomplicate things so much. I have to slow down. Oh my god. Simplify it, Svela. When it comes to providing energy, are they the exact same outputs? Or is one better than the other for the outputted potential fuel versus the spent energy to make those items? You are right though. Yes, I'm expending energy to create fuel, so I can then expend energy. Having a passive source of fuel would be really nice. I just want to know, are my calculations correct? So 7.2 kilowatts of constant energy use to eventually get 1 iron equates to 50 energy per kilowatt of constant use. I think they're both the same. I want to make sure if my math is correct. Essentially, yes. But basically, so this it has to expend 7.2 energy for, like, let's say a couple hours, for a full day, 24 hours, right? I don't care how long it takes. I just want to know which one's more efficient. You know, again, energy output 360, energy output 500. Oh, right. To clarify, you can use literally everything as fuel. Everything. Even you can even use microchips or water or a transistor or a survival meal or gears as fuel. I think I already have the answer. I just wanted to know if my math is correct. I think iron is better. Oh no, so you can ignore the color. The color is simply a general amount of, like, how much watts it takes. So this is my current electrical grid. I'm producing about 70 kilowatts of energy at any given time. right? And the more this expands, the worse off I'll be. So you can ignore the colors. All I care about is whether or not the output is the same per kilowatt. Energy output wise. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, that color. Yeah. Yeah. So red is the measured. If I'm understanding this correctly, the fuel efficiency, the freaking the energy output is simply stating how long it'll take to burn through that energy to ensure the outputs is optimal. Let's say I'm producing 20 kilowatts of power and I'm using 20 kilowatts, nothing more, nothing less. If I have something that has 500 energy output versus 300 energy outputs, the 300 energy output item will burn like completely. It'll finish its fuel reserves sooner than the other one. So the better the energy output, the longer the object will last as fuel, essentially. So the better the energy outputs, the better the fuel, essentially. And as far as I can tell, the particle collector produces that material at the same rate, regardless of whatever material we are trying to produce. So this rate, collecting iron, is consistent so long as it is completely fueled at 7.2 kilowatts, constant rate. So pretty sure iron and carbon are the same. Because this is going to spend 7.2 kilowatts of constant use to produce a single thing of iron, which is worth 360 fuel. And carbon will spend 10 kilowatts to produce 500, both of which are essentially producing 50 energy output per kilowatt used. If my math is correct. I think it is. Yeah. Anyways, sorry for making you don't have to do anything, Sheppy. I'm sorry. I'm tired myself, so I'm not really like making sense. It's been good. It's been fun. It's honestly, because of the way I think, it is the perfect game for me. I figured out what was going on like within like a couple hours of playing the game. And the ending of the quote unquote endings, the first ending I got, it wasn't an ending. It made sense. So it's very, very similar to how I've talked about the custodian, right? The librarian of the Lighthouse Library, right? The librarian, also known as the custodian of the Lighthouse Library. And how I'm a fragment, right? Of a larger being. It's the same thing, essentially. Sort of. I determined that the princess is a fragment of this larger being who's essentially being born. She's coming into existence right then and there. And the world we're in, either the entire world we're in, is simply her egg, or the cabin is her egg. And what we're supposed to do is we are the catalyst for her birth. Every interaction we have with her and the choices we make will give out a different quote unquote ending, which essentially allows her to perceive the world differently. Their perceptions, right? And I don't know for sure. The narrator seems like a bit of a, like, I suppose like he's like the secret antagonist or the whatever. In truth, I think the narrator is actually on our side. He wants us to interact with the princess in different ways. He knows about her. The narrator is us, a different side. He is one of our fragments. And the princess is an eldritch being, a baby, an infant being developed. We're helping her develop an ego. She has an id, an instinctual drive, but she's lacking an ego since she's basically just born. And even the bad experiences, the hostile ones, can be a source of change for her. So I was having a blast. It was the game for me. Everything made sense. Like, there was nothing perturbing about it. Again, my brain already kind of thinks this way. It thinks like I am what you would call an existential thinker. And it plays with that. The game, the princess game, it plays with those kinds of concepts. Existentialism, what it means to exist, perception, and what have you, and alternate realities, alternate universes, timelines, what have you. And so I figured out really quickly what was going on. We are the catalyst. We are the guide. And apparently, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking right now. I'm spoiling some things for you, Sheppy. I'm sorry. Did you want to play it yourself? Were you planning on... Okay, I'm not going to say anything more. And to be honest, I don't even know if what I'm saying is correct, okay? I don't know if my understanding is correct, but this is my interpretation of what's going on. I haven't beaten the game. I've only gotten 2 endings. I won't say which ones, but they're fairly easy endings to get. So I say endings. Pathways. I've gotten 2 paths, but I'm sorry. You'll see what I'm talking about, and once you go through one path, it's right there. I got too excited. I'm sorry, Chevy. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Okay. Regardless, when you play the game, think of me. I could be wrong though. I could be completely wrong. I'm just guessing, but I'm really confident in what I'm thinking of it. So it takes about 10 hours. So 1% per hour. No. Sorry. I'm dumb. I meant like 1% every 10 minutes. I think. No. Yeah, roughly basically every 10 minutes is 1%. So if it takes 10 minutes for 1%, 100 minutes for 100%. No. 1% every 10 minutes. Right? Wait. No. Yeah. 1% every 10 minutes. No.
No.
Yeah. 1% every 10 minutes. So 10% every 100 minutes. 1,000 minutes. What's 1,000 minutes? No. That's not right. Am I going crazy? Hold on. You're fitting in. It's roughly 1% every 6 minutes. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Every 6 minutes is 1%. So every 60 minutes would be 10%. Every hour is 10%. Every hour, 10%. So 10 hours would be 100%. I was right the first time. So it takes 10 hours to produce one object. That's 10 hours of 10 kilowatts constantly. And this right here, the steel plate, let's say I were to swap this out with the carbon. .18 per hour. So 10 hours later, it's 1.8 per hour. But that's for 20 kilowatts. So if 10 kilowatts is carbon, right? 10 kilowatts is carbon. And every hour, hold on. I can do this. I know what I'm doing. I have it. So to make a single piece of carbon, it would cost us 10 kilowatts for 10 hours. Right? That's only to use up 10 of the 20 kilowatts. Single carbon is 0.18 per hour. Ten hours later, it would have expended 1.8 carbon to give us 1 carbon. So it's a deficit of 80%. Meanwhile, $7.2. Oh yeah, most definitely. This is simply a passive thing. So this isn't my main purpose, my main source of carbon. There's a lot of avenues I can take. I'm just, this is what I have right now. I'm trying to figure out how efficient it is to use the collector. Simply put, because until we become flight worthy, we can't move. We can't go anywhere. And I want to go to this derelict ship over here to scrap it for parts and resources. And then we'll eventually be able to hit the star map, which we can't do until we get bridge controls, travel to other planets and collect resources that way. So yes, most definitely. But I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth it to, like, if I were to attempt to make this self-sufficient, like renewable right here, by feeding the outputs of the particle collector to the reactor, and if it's an infinite source of fuel that way. If it's not, then how inefficient is it? And it looks like it to be about 80% inefficient. We're losing 80% of 80% deficit. So for every carbon produced, we're losing 80%. We're in the negatives, you know? So it's not sustainable is what it is. It's not a bad choice, but if that's the case, I might as well just go with iron. And what I'll do, instead of using this for a source of fuel, we'll simply use it for a source of material we could potentially use later on. In this case, iron can be used to make steel plates, which I might as well. I was trying to see what the efficiency was and how self-sufficient it was, and it wasn't. So back to steel plates. It's a minor thing. It was just me being me. I was being stubborn and trying to figure something out. Nom, 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 nom. I love the cereal. Okay, first things first, I want to connect to the... I want to connect to the, different parts. We're gonna need to connect eventually anyways. So what I'll do, we're gonna put a wall right here and we'll put a door like right here. Or just blow through this, it's fine too. Because this won't go all the way. Like if I scoot it over maybe. I think it'd be better to simply leave it like this and we'll simply put like wall it off right here. So a wall here and here. And yeah. Wall here and here. The reason why it's important I have this here as close as possible is because not only do I want to touch the stasis array, I need to make sure that any like vents or doors are connected to my network so I can open and close them at will. If I don't, see how this door here is stuck open? Because it's not connected to any electricity. And I don't want to have to build another connector all the way over here just to access this single doorway. That's inefficient. And we don't have the materials for that right now. I mean, we could make the materials, but I'd rather not. I'd rather not. And the only one we may have to access is this. So we're actually doing really well. It's a really good configuration. Perfect. And we're connected. Okay. So hitting the T button will bring you to the research tab, and here you utilize what's called these datoids. And datoids are necessary to unlock certain, there's tech, and there's like 2 or 3 different other datoids. And basically what you want to do is you want to follow these quests because they'll give you free datoids in return, and you can use this towards other stuff. So we want to, now that we have connected to the habitat over here, we want to establish food production, hygiene, and then go from there. I think... Oh. That'll do its own. That'll finish it on its own. So we're fine. So we're good on that. But food production first, and then hygiene facilities. Because food production will give me basic datoids and phytodatoids. The basic datoids are used for every single possible research. Phytodatoids only for certain things. But the other one only gives me phytodatoids and biotic datoids. Not really useful. At least not this early on. Later on, definitely, but useless right now. So we want food first, and then we also want to connect to the stasis array. We are currently capable of producing 40 kilowatts. Peak consumption has exceeded 80%. Therefore, to avoid electricity deficit, we have to build more devices that can produce electricity. Matter reactors, solar panels, whatever we have blueprints for. If we have solar panels, cleaning them could help. We actually do have solar panels, but they're not connected. So let me find those. Why is it there? That is in such an inconvenient spot. What the fuck? There they are. Here and here. Dude, who keeps putting them in inaccessible spots, really? Guys. Okay, let them do their thing while I get everything else taken care of. Food. There we go. We have 2 planters now producing wheats. We're connected to the habitat. We have electricity through V as soon as they finish moving them, please. I kind of wish there was an easier way to click on some of the buttons here, because in order to do increasing or decreasing the priority, you have to manually click the bar down here. I wonder. Nope. There's no option. Yeah, so unfortunately there are some options, there are some, how do you say, inputs that are not configurable. I feel like you should be able to configure the robot command button so it's not control, and also configure these so you can click buttons for these ones instead, because I don't want to have to keep pressing down here just to click this. It's really inconvenient. That aside though, if you have either this one or this one, increase or decrease, and you're hovering over something, hitting the shift button will automatically make it either -10 or +10, the top or bottom of priority, which is super, super useful. Welcome in, Derp. Okay, a little more electricity from those. I actually do want to repair some stuff, because if I don't, eventually they'll break down. Like on their own. Oh, right there's fine. Where's that crafting table? There it is. We'll be needing that later. Hello, hello. Hi. Teleporter. Super useful. I don't want these dunces breaking it, so I'm gonna put it like right here. And we need another one. Where's there it is. They always give you 2 teleporters. Where's that? Where's that? Oh, there it is. Now, I would like to have the teleporters next to my computer so I can have my robots move about faster, but having safe passage for the colonists who might happen to spawn in the array, to the habitat is far more important. Yes, so this game is basically RimWorld, but in space. I will put this in here, I guess. So this is a colony management video game, same as RimWorld. The purpose of it is to try to survive. Essentially, there's general objectives. For RimWorld, the main objective of the vanilla game, so unmodded, is to escape the planet you crash landed on. Unless you're a tribal start, in which case you just want to survive. For this one, the purpose of this ship was initially to, Earth is gone. The premise of the story is Earth is in shambles. It's destroyed. It's like corrupted, whatever. It's uninhabitable. So people left Earth on various different arcs. This one being mine. And my mind got uploaded to the ship's computer because there was catastrophic failure of life, and the computer needed somebody to take charge. I was deemed as the most suitable one that survived. So my brain got uploaded to the computer, and now the ultimate goal is to survive long enough to find a habitable planet for the people, the colonists, the humans who survived the destruction of Earth, whatever, to reestablish life and humanity on a different planet. There's probably going to be I think the idea is there's other various arcs. I don't know if we'll ever encounter them. Maybe not. But it's in early access, so it's not finished. But in the meantime, it's just about survival. Just you manage a colony. You manage a nation. I love games like this. Crusader Kings, RimWorld, Stellaris, you name it. You're managing a people. You are the leader of these people, and you're trying to make them prosper and survive, and typically in hostile environments. And RimWorld is similar, but you're on a planet instead of in space. And RimWorld is a lot more fleshed out and has a lot of mods available. But then again, this game is still in early access, and it'll be some time before it gets to the height of RimWorld, I think. But they did a really good job thus far, and it's inspired by RimWorld, like directly. Like they said it was RimWorld and Factorio that inspired them the most. Maybe not the most, but it's what they point out in the description. So another reason why I love this, because I love RimWorld. I don't know. I actually don't know. It's early access, so it might not actually have an ending. They may not have made it yet. But, cause we're on not point 10, point 13, point 1954. So, that's so freaking loud. So we have a ways to go before before it's even finished. Alright. Welcome in, Hamster. How's it going, by the way? To be fair, I need to give it a break anyways. My throat is killing me. I might be hyperventilating. Honestly, I think that's what's happening. By talking so often, I'm breathing in so often, so fast, and I'm not like getting myself enough rest. So I should probably I have to regardless because Derp redeemed it, but anyways. 3 minutes of silence as you guys enjoy my nonsense and my management. So just need to be asleep so I can sleep early for tomorrow. I need some sleep too. I'm tired. I'm tired. No, you're fine. You're fine. Okay, 3 minutes. No talking. Fine. Okay, and that too. I have to change my outfit. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, hammer's over. Honestly, that was actually really nice. Just not talking, because I need. It gave me a minute to rest and what have you. And it's very nice, actually. Very peaceful. The music. By the way, how's the sound? This is gonna be fun. Watch this. This is like one of the really like big parts of this is you use a winch to pull sections of ship towards you. Fuck. It didn't do it right. No. I gotta move everything over one. Ah, it's stupid. How do I do this? I have to do this. I have to do this weird. I agree it depends, but I'll usually play with music. Usually. There we go. Oh, wait. One more. There we go. There. Perfect. It's lined up now. So we now add this little chunk connected to our main chunk. And now I want to connect to this one over here. For this one, we have to go, I think, the same amount. Well, I mean, whatever works for you, right? I personally will usually go with the music. Oh, this one has to go... Oh, this one goes down. Yes, this one goes... 4 left and 4 down. So... One, two, three, four. Right there. Which means something here. That should be right. I'll double check it before I hit the reel in button, because if it's wrong, I'm not gonna be able to fix it. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. All right, 2 chunks have been secured. Marvelous. Definitely, if it's obnoxious, I would definitely either reduce it or just completely remove it. So we have this one. This one will be. This goes. Three. So, for instance, one, two, three, 1, 2, 3. So something here. 137, 164. So typically the way the winches work is it'll reel in, and whichever ship is larger won't move. If the smaller chunks get pulled towards the larger chunks. And that's why I wanted to attach this one to this one first, because I knew this chunk was bigger than this one. This way, if this one happened to be bigger than this one wouldn't get pulled towards this other chunk. This ended up being larger than this, and thus this got pulled towards us instead of us getting pulled towards it. That's why I did it in that order. Philly. Oh wait! That works, that works. Yeah, it was gonna be temporary anyways. I wasn't gonna need it, so it's whatever. Super monkey ball, yeah. I can see that. Oh, fun, a fire. Where? Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Come here, come here, come here. Where are my other robots? Colonel? Where are you? Don't die on me. Don't you fucking die on me. Shut down. God. You okay? Drone battery overload is the worst fucking event possible. It'll destroy your freaking drones. The flying constructing drones are the most important drones you have. And they're super fragile. Because you can't reach anything that's out in space, construction-wise, with the grounded ones. And if there's anything you have to build, like on the end of a ship, like right here, even if it's like right here, the construction robot cannot reach the item that's literally in front of it, because it needs to be a flying robot. Anything built in open space requires a flying drone to even touch, which is stupid. I personally think. I feel like the grounded ones, these ones, should still be able to like repair and build and move any object that is in open space. So long as their spot they're on, so long as they can reach it while still being on the ground. Basically. So the fact that I can't even repair this with this robot over here, which is stupid. Whatever. It's fine now, but that's so freaking scary. That was so freaking scary. Losing those construction drones, the flying ones, is a huge hit. This one's surprisingly intact in the right spot, so what all I'm gonna do is gonna put some frames down. Yeah. This one, however, is... Oh! This one's also in the right spot, so all you have to do is connect it. There we go. And all that's left is the one with the habitat, and then we'll be completely in one piece. Oh, did I not? Oops, I forgot to tell them to make food. Oops. My bad. Yes, it's open space. You could argue that maybe the gravity is, like maybe, they have, like metal boots, perhaps? I don't know. It's definitely something that's a bit of an oversight, I think. Definitely an oversight. I do agree, but it's like, if you think of it as RimWorld, with just space, it's a little bit easier to swallow. Which again, I love RimWorld, you know me. So it was very easy for me to get used to it. I didn't even think about the gravity until you mentioned it. I kind of want to see my points until I can get this. I want to get like the... I need to get more tech. Do we not have... Oh, we don't have protein. Cool. Where is it? There's some. Move the protein. There we go. Oh yes, insanity, fun. There's a lot of things about this game. The tooltips can be either unintuitive or they don't have enough information. Like insanity, cool. What does that mean? And all it says here is going insane. But like, there's no way to like sort of arrest colonists like in RimWorld. Should they be doing something they shouldn't be doing, like setting things on fire or deconstructing your only heater when you don't have the technology to build new ones, or your only oxygen pump for the same reason you can't freaking make a new one? And that shit's stupid. I hate that stuff. I wish I could just I'd kill the colonists on sight when they do that, because fuck you. You know, it's so freaking stupid. I've had colonists set this thing on fire before, because when they spawn from the stasis pods, sometimes they'll go insane from the stress and the shock, and it's not fun. Alright. This game definitely can get intense at times, especially when you have a giant asteroid the size of Texas careening towards the center of your ship. And believe you me, it's happened a couple times. I've died because of it. For fuck's sake. Like, the asteroids get like this big. I'm not even joking. Some of them are as tiny as like a single tile. Some of them can be like a giant chunk of something. But like, those are meteoroids and meteorites. But the asteroid is the worst event, at least early on. Because it could make or break your run, just on the spot. Which is very scary. Oh, fuck you guys. Fuck you. I would be so upset. No. I'd be so upset. I'm sure there's a way of doing it. I just, it's not yet, but I'm gonna assume they're gonna add a like Twitch streamer mode that'll allow you to have people like redeem stuff. If you do that, I'll make sure it costs you real money, so I don't have to fucking deal with that shit. Okay, this I think goes here. I think. Oh god. That's fine. 9 by 9. $173, $143. Oh no. Well, as long as it, you know, being a bully is affordable to you, then so be it. Okay, this should work. Hopefully. I want to probably wait until the anchor gets there. There we go. Marvelous. Marvelous. Wonderful. And we're secure. We're all one, and we have tiny sections. Sections. But we're pretty much secure, I think. Like, I think this is... Actually, I don't know what piece that is. This would go... It wouldn't go here because this is a doorway and there's no door right here. So I think this piece, yeah, it goes like right here. I'm not fucking bothering with that. Just deconstruct it. Deconstruct it, I don't care. I don't really care. Yeah, any pieces that are floating about, I'm gonna just destroy. We could use the parts anyways. Platform where you can bully your favorite streamers. Blech. Onlybullies.com. Unless absolutely necessary, anything with like reinforced walls, I'm gonna try to maintain. I mean, with this exception over here, because we could really use those reinforced walls. Like if it's close enough, I'll just go ahead and build. I'll just go ahead and just build over to it. This though, I'll go and deconstruct. Might as well. Might as well. So one issue I had, the last profile I was playing, the other one, was if your ship is too big and you don't have the necessary propulsion from your thrusters, you will not be able to move. You have to reduce the size of your ship by reducing the actual flooring. So the walls don't matter. What matters for size is the floors. So we are currently at a size of 4,000 units. It's really big. And it will take at least 2, maybe 3 thrusters to get us moving. 2, I think it's fine. But we only have... No, we have 3. We're fine. We have 3. But if for some reason they get destroyed because they have an electrical failure or something and they go pop, we're gonna be kind of screwed if we're too big. So I need to keep in mind and need to keep an eye on those. Oh yes, a breach capsule. Perfect timing. So, among the many myriad of events is the breach capsule. These are raiders. When you get the notification for these, they will be coming from off screen, off the map. And you can get a general idea of where they're going to be heading to, roughly. But what they'll do is they'll latch on the bottom of your ship. After a few seconds, a set amount of time, they drill through and out pops a hostile. Early on, it's usually just one hostile, but I've had situations where they steal like really valuable stuff like a freaking nuclear fuel cell, which would normally sell for like thousands of dollars, which I would want to keep normally. But if you kill them, you can deconstruct their breach capsule for very, very, very valuable material. So it's in my best interest to kill this bastard. I think it bugged out just now because it's not supposed to keep going. It's really not supposed to keep going. It's supposed to stop like right here. Oh my god. Nope, never mind. I thought maybe it bugged and it gave me a free breach capsule just to deconstruct. No, it still did it. That's weird. That's really weird. It kind of... Whatever. That was bizarre. Fuck you, scavengers. I really, really hope they can kill the guy, because if they can before he leaves, then we get this capsule all to ourselves. Perfect. Look at that. That's really nice. Really, really nice. Okay, I think I need to make some more of these guys because we're running out of energy. I was doing that to get rid of the little stars on the build menu. They were bothering me. Titanium plate and gears, and transistor and copper wire. We have some copper wire, but what about transistors? We have plenty. At this point, we have to wait The thing about games like this and like RimWorld is a lot of waiting. A lot of waiting, unfortunately. Because you have to wait for the products to finish building and what have you, and it gets a little tedious, a little, you know, what have you, but like it's like a consequence of the game. And besides, usually there's plenty to do anyways. So you just gotta figure out what you want to do. But I can definitely see why a lot of people would be bored with this and they wouldn't care for it. So the thing is, I kind of want to deconstruct some of my ship. I don't think we need all of this. But I also want to maintain most of it as well, is the thing. I suppose we don't need the back of it. Like, we could potentially just get rid of, like, this chunk right here. Like, just cut this out right here. Or keep this. We can keep this, and then... I might as well like heal just a random ship. Oh, I've been doing robotics expert to get the construction drone, but the building resource supplier will sell mostly those things. So if I want more robots, I should do this instead. For now, let's go ahead and do generalist, so we can sell some of the stuff we have. We don't need very much. All I'm doing this is to just accomplish the quest line and get the bonuses, get the rewards. Oh, so look at this. So we actually can see right here. You can't see too well, but where's this? Gage May, human, joined your colony, took 18.7 stasis damage. Human woke up from stasis, failed operating crafting station due to electricity deficit. So Gage woke up in the stasis array, took some damage from stasis, immediately went to the teleporter, and then came into here. That's why I placed the teleporters, one in the habitat and one in the stasis array room, is to ensure that, you know, have a good night, Sheppy. Talk to you later. It's actually getting pretty late for myself as well. I should probably end the stream. So, slow down. Regardless, this game can be very, very fun. It's in early access. It's not quite finished. But it's essentially RimWorld, but in space. And I'm quite enjoying it so far. So before we do anything else, what I'm going to do, I'm going to save and exit. Let me show you my other save file. This one. So you can see a ship that's actually space-worthy. As you can see, my ship is in shambles. This is what the ship is supposed to look like. This is what it looks like now. After attaching all the different chunks, we had like a good chunk right here, a chunk right here. We had a chunk like right here, and some right here as well. After this, one of my thrusters that I started with, one of the two, blew up, like completely popped like a balloon. And it was like right here. We had this like, it was like right here, and we had some walls right here, similar to this side over here. And that freaking piece of junk just popped like a piñata and spread fire everywhere. And so at the time, I didn't have a flying construction drone because mine got destroyed. It had a battery malfunction and died. Fantastic. So I was SOL, and we actually had some issues because this area caught on fire and we couldn't reach it with with Android Vex. So what I had to do was I had to use like a bunch of frames and build all the way over to here so he could actually put out the fire. Because he wouldn't put it out. Like, I was trying to deconstruct these walls so he could reach the fire. He would not deconstruct it because of said fire. So I had to, you know, figure out how to work this. Otherwise, it was just going to constantly, forever, like constantly cause the fire to rage. It was not going out on its own, which was fun. So my ship is very, very bare bones. Very, it's seen better days, basically. But it is space-worthy, and it can move. And we have a lot of resources, Like we have 1,800 steel plates, 1,300 titanium plates, 800 iron, 800 carbon, 600 glass, 300 water, yada, 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 a lot of stuff. In fact, it's to the point where 2 out of my 5 storage units are completely full. During this current run, I encountered crawlers. So this game took a little bit inspiration, from Aliens. And I had a situation where somebody arrived on a stasis pod, joined my colony, all was well, and like 3 days later, they died, and out came a crawler, and promptly attacked my colonists, latched onto their face, and then they died, and then 3 days later, or 5 days later, their corpse out-popped a crawler. I actually think it popped out a couple different, like 4 or 5 crawlers at once. It was an utter mess. I lost like colonists left and right for a good like week, in-game week. I lost like 3 or 4 different colonists to fucking crawlers. Either they got mauled to death by the crawlers, or they got sucked, basically. Had a bit of a sucky time with the little shits, and wasn't a fun time. So freaking lost one of my 2 thrusters, had to completely strip down my ship. Then eventually I managed to call a merchant who happened to sell these thruster upgrades. I bought 4 of them, put 3 of them on this thruster right here, and lo and behold, we can move again. If I hadn't gotten that, I would have had to deconstruct my ship until I had less than 2,000 units of flooring. That's a lot of units. I would have had to strip down my entire ship. Like this would have had to go away completely. This entire whole section right here, all gone. It was really bad, really bad. So eventually, we got that merchant. We got some upgrades, sold some items, bought some items. Eventually, enough time went by. We finally got the research to develop thrusters ourselves. Built some more thrusters, and we're Gucci. We're all perfectly fine. Right here. It cost me 14 regular datoids and 8 tech datoids. And tech datoids take a long time to develop, unfortunately. So it took me a while. What's funny is early on, like within the first like week or 2 of in-game week of the game, we had an asteroid, and I was terrified because this asteroid careened over my ship and was about to hit me. For some reason, it didn't. Instead, it whizzed just barely past my habitat. Like I was able to see the shadow, and it just like whew, right past. And I think the reason for this is because normally, I mean, sometimes the asteroids will simply bypass you entirely if you're lucky, and I got really freaking lucky. But I think it'll try to target a section of your ship, or where there should be ship. In this case, the blueprint. So I'm wondering if maybe it thought there was ship chunks here when there wasn't, and so it went past it and didn't do anything. So, but we got really lucky. And then a few games back on a different ship, my computer got utterly obliterated by this asteroid. So first and foremost, star map. This is the star map. So there's two different views you can do. One of them is the planet view, and the other one is the system view. So in system view, where you start as, you can travel to different planets, and upon arriving there, you travel into like their orbit, and you can visit different points of interest. Typically, most of the points of interest are going to be mining sites. Some of them might be artifacts, and some of them will be signals. You can talk to people, either pirates who might accost you for money, or survivors who are desperate for resources, usually money, for some reason. I don't know what the reason is. Just for the hell of it. I'm planning on maybe abandoning the save because we have the other save. I much prefer the shape of the other ship, so we'll go with that one. So I'm gonna go ahead and just launch this expedition just to see what this anomaly is. Because this ship is gonna be a lot of work to fix up. Like a lot of work. I'd rather use the other one. Bye-bye! Yeah, it's been fun. A lot of fun considering I bought this literally 3 days ago and I already have over like 24 hours of time invested into this. Expedition ambushed. Raiders have ambushed Vara and are demanding a ransom of $119,000. I don't have that money. I'm gonna lose my shuttle. No. We did not pay the ransom. There was a fight and we lost the shuttle and our crew. Fun. That's actually really, really badly. If you lose your shuttle, you cannot do expeditions until you've learned to make them again. Which is thankfully not too far from what I already have, but it'll cost me 22 regular datoys, 12 tech, and 5 biotic. I don't have any biotics. So before we do that, I would have to what the hell? Oh. Oh. Okay, so I can already make it now. Or not? okay. I get it. I have to use the research station, and that is a human manned research object. Right here. So we'd have to research this first, which we can. We just need the datoids for it. And then they'll be able to create the biotic datoids, which then will allow us to eventually create a new ship. So until you get that research, it's very important, imperative even, you do not lose your first shuttle. Because if you lose your shuttle, you have no feasible way of exploring anything. All these signals, unknown points of interest, what have you, become completely inaccessible, and you can't do anything. So that's boring. That's not fun. Yeah, I'm gonna abandon this. I have it already on here. Abandoned. Ignore that. It was good. It was a good run, most definitely. But for the most part, it's just it's if you lose your shuttle, you're screwed. Cool. Okay, actually, let me go ahead and do my outro first, and then I'm gonna end stream. I'll play some of this off stream, obviously, and we'll be back next week. Okay. Breathe, 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 breathe. I want to play around with my voice at some point. I want to do like a deeper voices. I should have did it earlier, but I didn't. So maybe next time, maybe next week, I will remember to do that, and we'll do some deeper voices, perhaps, and play around with those. It's been fun. So with that, we are done. Thank you all so much for watching, everybody. I had a lot of fun today, especially with Slay the Princess. I'm loving that game a lot. And Stardeus is very, very addicting. So look forward to that more. I don't know how often we'll play Stardeus on stream. It's easier for my computer to handle Stardeus, and it's similar to RimWorld. It's kind of fun. So I see myself being able to play it periodically. But for Slay the Princess, I won't make it like a Focus Friday game. At least not yet, anyways. So we'll play it periodically during Saturday streams or free focus streams, which, by the way, next week is going to be free focus on Friday. So we'll see what we'll do then. Maybe play some more Slay the Princess, or maybe we'll take a break of it for a week and play something else. Like, for instance, there's more Sonic we can play. There is... I don't know. We'll figure it out. But regardless, have a good night, everybody. I'll see you all next week for Free Focus Friday, Chat and Chill Saturday, and then we'll discuss what to do, if anything, that is. What to do about my anniversary, because technically the 7th is the anniversary, but the 7th falls on the Tuesday following next weekend. So either we have to do it next weekend for the anniversary celebrations, a few days before the actual anniversary dates, or we do it the following week, 4 or 5 days after the actual anniversary. So I think I'd rather wait. So next week will be regular day. The week after will be the actual celebration. I have no plans. I have no plans whatsoever. I have no idea what to do. I don't know what people even do for anniversaries. I have to look at. I need to look up other VTubers because I never keep an eye on. I don't watch VTubers very often. I need to, and I don't. They are, aren't they? They're very pretty. Whoops. Hi. How's it going? Do what you want because a Valkyrie's free. You are a Valkyrie. Do what you want because a Valkyrie's free. You are a Valkyrie. Raise swords. Rah rah. Ba-da-ba-bam. Do what you want because the Valkyrie's free. But no, actually I didn't. I said it wrong. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. You are a Valkyrie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yar har fiddle-dee-dee. Being a pirate is all right to be. Do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. A pirate. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, Roomba. Thank you, Shappy. Thank you, Derp and Hamster. Thank you. Who else was here? Kaz. Thank you. Thank you, Summers, again for the raid. And have a good night, everybody. I have to go. My voice is giving out super freaking bad. Oh my god, my throat hurts. Anyways, talk to you later. Bye. Oh, and one more thing. Happy Halloween. Bye-bye.